Yo. Hey, Bishop. Doom the Bear. Super Saiyan. James Ryan, Boss Fight Gaming. Justin Bickham. Chris the Vacuous Dude, Vecchi, Mark Out Hill, Super Saiyan, The Balanced Paw, Trick House, Chili, Beeschurger. Wait, has your name always been Chili Beeschurger? And my brain didn't realize that until now? Good call. Hey, Mitch Clevis, The Answer. Ah, Newman. Good one, Zeus. Listen. I don't actually read what you guys type me. I read like a word or two, and then I pretty much get the gist of it from that. So sometimes there's something lost in the sauce. Weird Bloodborne. It's not Bloodborne. I quit Bloodborne forever yesterday. Never again. No more. Oh, maybe tomorrow. But not today. Hope you have a good stream. I'll watch it later. See you later, Deadly Rage. See you later. You make this game look easy? Please play Bloodborne. If one person asks me to play Bloodborne again, I'm just going to stop streaming today. Okay? How about that? I'm already in a bad mood. Like, Jesus. It's not been a good day. I don't want to be harassed. All right? Hey, Vadaloco, how's it going? How many runs have you done so far? In this, 0. We're just learning. We're just learning. All right. Let's pick off where we left off. Yo, Dalton, good morning. I mean, I hit a couple of them. I hit a couple. Zeus looking hella fine. Thanks, Makeout. Umbrank, how's it going? The Fable art and the wrench is devastating. With the handle art as well, yeah. It does a lot of damage. A lot. Whoops. Nameless puppet so satisfying to fight. I like this boss. I like this boss a lot. Sorry about the distraction. Oh, no. You can't distract me. Even if I yell at you for distracting me, you're not really distracting me. Sartorial Souls with the 2-month resubscription. Thanks, Sartorial. Uber Willow, thanks for the 100 bits as well. How did that... That was weird. No! Dude, how does that not interrupt it? That's so cheap. That's cheap. Come on. How does that not interrupt it? You've heard good things about Lies of P. What do I think of it? Buy it out of 10. It's not perfect, but if you do get it, play it like it's Sekiro. Parry everything except for grab attack. Grab attack, excuse me. So the fourth hit is a fake hit. Like it goes through you, but the game cheats you. The game cheats you. It doesn't actually hit you, even though the animation clearly hits you. So it's 1, 2, 3, he spins, and then the 4th hit comes in. That's the fake out. All right. Bad. Oh, that was different. That was a different move. What is the name of the coffee pot you use? Been looking to get one. There are $50 ones and $15 ones. I don't recommend you getting any black plastic coffee maker right now. The black plastic supply since COVID has been not tampered with, but it's not the same black plastic. There's actually a big lawsuit going on right now about it because they've replaced the old black plastic, which was more safe, with black plastic that is not safe at all to use. So don't buy any black plastic and use any hot stuff around it. Oh, the stovetop espresso maker? I get a stainless steel one. I don't know the name of the brand. A stainless steel one. I'm not sure what it is, man. I haven't bought it yet, so I don't know. Stainless steel mocha pot. That's what I would look up. Stainless steel mocha pot. I can't actually recommend one to you because I haven't used one. But don't get aluminum. Don't get aluminum. Bialetti? I mean, I have a Bialetti Bricca. I mean, that's the one that I always use, but I've been researching some new age science, and aluminum is not as good or not as safe as we thought to cook with. So, yeah, I'm not using that anymore. So many on Amazon, such a variety of prices. Yeah, listen, I would get an Italian-made one that is 100% stainless steel. That's what I'm going to get. I just don't know the brand, and I can't recommend it because I haven't used it. Mocha pot or percolator? I'm talking about a mocha pot right now. Yeah, an Italian press coffee maker? What's that? What's that? First time I've seen you without a hat. How you doing? Hey, Eddie. How's it going? Hey, Hazardi. Yeah, Bialetti's the most common brand. Definitely. Aluminum kills brain cells. Brain cells? That's right, Hardy. You see, every drink of liquor you take kills 1,000 brain cells. But that doesn't much matter because we got billions more. First, sadness cells die, so you smile real big. Then the quiet cells go, so everything you say is real loud for no reason at all. But that's okay, because the stupid cells go next. And everything you say after that makes you sound real smart. Finally, come the memory cells. These are tough sons of bitches to kill. Yo, Venus Angels, how's it going? Good to see you. Damn, just late. Got him. That was perfect. I gotta learn that there's a subtle variation between the quick ones and not. Put coffee in with water, let it steep for a while, then you press the lever down. That's a French press. And that is an inferior way of making coffee. That is not Italian. You want to try Turkish coffee? Turkish coffee. What's that? You'd love to see a randomized version of Lies of P someday? Yeah, I'd do that. I would play that. That sounds fun. He spins and then he swipes twice more. That's it. Okay. I just gotta learn. He's got like a phase 2 kind of, but not really. No notification. Only 20 minutes at least. Yeah. Hope you're doing well, Belle. What? Bro! He just glitched out my game! How did he do that? Alright. Your phase 1's immaculate. Your phase 2 could... Dude, he exited out of my game! I had nothing to do with that. That was not me. That was him. Twitch is delayed for you? Twitch is awful. Hey, Sage, how's it going? What was that? Oh, it's a forehead. Okay. Almost. Almost. Okay, so that's a lot quicker than I think. A 3 hit. So it's a 1, 2, and then a 3 on the ground. All right. This boss looks insane. Oh, this boss is cool. I like this boss a lot. Too early. I need stamina, jeez. Not a stagger. All right. I think I know every move in first phase. Maybe not perfectly, but I know the moves. Oh. He's got an AoE. Hey, Collins, how's it going? I'm guessing there's no rolling in this game. There actually is a dodge, but it's super OP, so I'm just avoiding it. Parrying is harder, so I like doing it. Oh, his phase 2 is nice. He's got one. And he knows how to use it. Something like that. All right. Hey, Kojua. Yeah, legal scooches only. I'm only allowed to scooch if there's a grab attack or if I'm out of stamina. Because I'm allowed to scooch before I can parry for some reason. Too late on the second one. Might get hit here? Yeah. How can I support the channel other than super chats? Like, do you accept PayPal donations? Yeah, there's a on the Twitch. There's a link. I should put it up on YouTube. I gotta set up my whole YouTube stuff. I still haven't set it all up. There it is. Oh no. Oh! I wasn't quick enough. This reminds you of Lost Sinner. Why? Give me those hits. Do we have the distance? We do have the distance. Let's just kill him. A little late on the fourth one. Are those double hits? I mean, I thought I hit both those parries, but I didn't even get a block on them, so the game said no. The game said no. My favorite boss is definitely Lexasia. This one, number 2. This boss is awesome, but Lexasia's got a cinematic quality to it that this boss doesn't have. Bomb. Okay, so I can get an R2, but not a charged R2 there. That was my fault. I knew I wasn't going to have stamina. Not a stagger TM. Can I get another R2 in? No. It was worth testing. Okay, so it's not a quick one after the spin. I can get a hit there, though. That's cool. He's got like 3 or 4 different swipes. And they're a little hard to distinguish. I'm starting to get the hang of it, though. You have increased stagger window quartz? No, I didn't get that one because the length of time doesn't really mean anything if it's not going to let me do more damage. Because you can break them out of their stagger phase by doing too much damage. So I don't think the length of time is going to help me. Hey, Knives, how's it going, man? Is there a possibility to know what computer you have? It's not like a brand or anything. I've got a 3080. And, Mitch, specs! I don't know what I have. You have 2 Maine Coon cats you're taking care of? I used to have a Maine Coon. Who was the best? It was a big, fat, orange one. Best pillow ever on the planet. Oh, thanks, Mitch. Okay, so he goes from that side. 1, 2, 1, 1, 2. Okay. What if any amulets does he have? 0 amulets. We don't use amulets. They're useless. They're very heavy. Yep, I figured. Listen, I've done 0 optimization, okay? The first goal of learning a speedrun for me is knowing the route. I need the weapon and the upgrade materials. And then the bosses. Optimization will be after that. Because I don't even know all of his attacks yet, so it's better to play with less damage first and get stronger over time. I also don't like playing things and having them be super OP, so I want to make sure that this weapon's strong enough as it is. I'm just gonna restart that. That was bad. Not saving the Fable art for Phase 2? Well, no, because I want to just get to Phase 2. Because I pretty much know Phase 1. I pretty much know it. I want to learn Phase 2. That's like an optimization thing, right? Which phase will I use it? Maybe I'll have Fable Catalyst for this guy. I'm just not there yet. I just want to practice and learn. See, now I'm screwing up. It's 2 whiffs in a row. I need stamina. There we go. Got my stamina back. I'm taking 2 hits here. Regain. Probably could have taken 3. All heal action here. Okay, missed the second one, but I did get that first one. He's gonna heal. See, I'm definitely going to use the special on Phase 1 now. There's no doubt about that in my mind. Because you could lose them. You could lose 30 seconds. 30, 40 seconds. Oh, so it's not a double hit. It's just a one hit. Okay. So it's spin, jump, one, then 2 hits. Okay. What are your thoughts of other players using glitches on speedruns? Infernal swine. They don't dare show their face in front of a gamer like me. I don't care what other people do, man. I don't care. I think speedrunning is more entertaining when, you know, you do it like this, like how I'm doing it, but other people disagree, and that's fine. What I don't do is go into speedrunners' channels and tell them that they're playing wrong. Everybody makes up their own rules. Everybody can play games however they want. However, if you do tell me you do things a certain way, I will tell you you are wrong, because it is wrong. But at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. It's a video game. What's the strat for this guy? The strat for this guy is parry him when he attacks you, hit him when he's not attacking. Almost. Almost. Good mentality there. Yeah, but you'll listen, if you're not in the know though, there will be people who come in and, you know, they tell me what I'm supposed to think or how I'm supposed to play, and I just serve it right back to them. And I could end up looking like a jerk. But there's an hypocrisy there that's usually unrealized by one of the parties in the argument. Damn it. Okay, now I'm that's me. I just gotta die and do it again. That's me. I know that attack. Would you recommend this game for someone who loves the Soul genre? Yeah, Zach. Yeah, definitely. It's not perfect, but this game is so worth playing. Play it like Sekiro, though. If you guys do get it, parry everything, dodge, only grab attacks. It's so much more fun that way, trust me. This game's at its best when it's a Sekiro-like. Just too late. What a goof. Oh, shout out to Anthony Bowens the other night, calling Max Caster a gooner on national television. I don't know if I've ever seen that one. I was dying. I was dying. That one still trips me up. Dude, what's that fake flash? What's that? Just to distract me and make me press a button? I respect it. Imagine playing a game the way you want to. I can't, Gary. I can't, because every time I try to, I get told I'm wrong. And then when I tell people to play games how I think they should be played, I get told I'm wrong again. So there's no winning. There's no winning with that crowd of people. That's what I've learned. Been enjoying the game a lot. Just beat the Black Rabbit Brotherhood for the first time this morning. Oh. Just wait, Shinra. Just wait. think second phase has 1 or 2 attacks that are not parryable, though. I don't think so. I think pretty much everything except grabs are parryable. I could be wrong, obviously. There might be something. It's not anything that I've seen yet, though. I'm definitely not optimizing my weapon because I do have full bar. I can be using like buff charges instead. I should be. Okay. Got him. I didn't die. Why fire whetstone phase 2? Why not? Who would win, Nameless King or Nameless Puppet? Probably Nameless Puppet. This guy attacks more. Nameless King doesn't know how to dodge. Got him. What a useless tool. It's like, why even put it in the game? Hey, Ymira Gaming. Have you upgraded Puppet String to max level? No. Upgraded? Yeah, I did upgrade it, man. It doesn't work all the time. That's all. I don't know what the reason for that is. I know this one's not upgraded, but even on my other playthrough, it just doesn't work sometimes. It's not really for boss fights? Yeah, so like, the only time I'm gonna use it, it's not useful. It's useful for, oh, wow. Okay. It's useful for Black Rabbit. It's useful, but they're not really bosses, you know? But the Black Rabbit Brotherhood, I find some use in it. But still, sometimes when I use it and I pull them towards me, they just jump right back. I do it again, they jump right back. I do it again, they jump right back. So it's just... it's frustrating, is what it is. Oh god. I've just unlocked more power. I was gonna heal. The Flambergy has a cool name. I don't know about that. Flambergy? You get to slowly burn your enemies. Yeah. Oh, getting that red attack in. Shoulder check into the spin, no big deal. Okay, that one apparently is a big deal, though. Whatever. Now I'm being stupid. Now I'm being stupid. This happens. Oh, guys, I got a new book. I got a new book. Look at this book. Boom. They sacrifice their own children to the devil before baptism, holding them up in the air unto them, and then thrust a needle into their brains. They use incestuous adultery with spirits. They eat the flesh and drink the blood of men and children openly. They kill men's cattle. They bewitch men's corn. They ride and fly in the air, bring storms, make tempests. They use venery with a devil called Incubus and have children by them, which become the best witches. Oh my god. So this is by Sir Reginald Scott. And he wrote this book basically in response to like Malleus Maleficarum and like all these witches. And he was like, guys, it's magic. They're illusions, and they're just like people having fun. Apparently, that's what people say about the book. I haven't read the book yet, so I don't know what's in it. Pretty interesting. The Discovery of Witchcraft. Reginald Scott. Hey, Eldritch, how's it going? Sounds like the world's government. Yeah, it might be. This might actually be a psyop. Because I'm pretty sure witches and blood cults are real. So I think this might be like the original, like this is like the CIA. This is the MK Ultra of like the 1500s. Or whenever this was written. Sounds really interesting. Yeah, I've been going through history and reading some older stuff lately. Hold on, I'm just picking a random spot. Thus are leecheries covered with the cloak of incubus and witchcraft, contrary to nature and verity. And with these fables is maintained an opinion that men have been begotten without carnal copulation, specially to excuse and maintain the knaveries and leecheries of idle priests and bawdy monks, and to cover the shame of their lovers and concubines. And alas, when great learned men have been so abused, with the imagination of incubus, his carnal society with women, misconstruing the scriptures to wit, the place in Genesis 6 to the seducing of main others, it is the less wonder that this error hath passed so generally among the common people. I'm excited to read that. Zeus, read the Bible. I mean, I've told you guys, I have been going through religious texts. I have been reading the Bible and bits of the Quran and the Torah. I actually just got a Bible. Here, I'll show you. I'll show you which one I got. Hold on. What was the name of the book again? The Discovery of Witchcraft by Reginald Scott. I saw David Blaine talking about it. That's how I figured out about it. So David Blaine says this guy literally goes into like how to perform these magic tricks. I'm excited to read that. This I just finished reading a little while ago. The Lord of the Rings. This is the 50th anniversary special edition. Super nice. One of the most beautiful books I have. I love this book. It's so nice. It's just a well-made book. It's got the gold. Oh, it's so nice. And here's the Bible that I got. Sefer. Now, the thing about this is this one uses all the real names and the real language. So there's a lot of, I don't know if you can see it. Like Enoch is Hanak. The Maccabees is Maccabeum. Mary, like Mary, Jesus' mother, is Miriam. There's no word, there's no God, there's no Lord. It's all like the original language. Like the Gospels are called Besorah. Genesis is called Bereshith. There's the many names of God in it, like Elohim and Yahuwah. There's no Jesus. Instead of Jesus, it's I gotta pronounce it right. Yeshua. Then there's Elohim and the Ruach HaKodesh. I'm probably bastardizing the words, but I wasn't taught the right way. But pretty cool. I've been reading a lot lately. Just like the Gospel of Matthew is Besorah Maratyahu. Don't summon anything on accident. I can't wait to get to those books. I'm gonna read the good ones first, so as not to be tempted. Got to take some Hebrew classes. Well, that's the thing. Like the beginning of this book. Oh no! Like the beginning of this book, it goes into like a little bit of the history of the language, and it's really interesting stuff. Because a lot of books have been taken out of the Bibles, and different religions recognize certain books as being canon, but other ones are not canon, and they don't pay attention to them. But these publishers make a very strong argument that a lot of what is casted out, like the Book of Enoch, for example, is literally referenced. If you go back to the Hebrew and you look at the language, it's clearly referenced in later texts. So as there's a lot of denying of books these days, and that's what I'm interested in. That's what I'm interested in. There's a lot of religious texts that you're not supposed to know about, not supposed to follow, and those are the most interesting to me. The Book of Enoch was mentioned multiple times by Jesus. It was the Book of Hanak, and it was Yeshua. I can't really get it. Like I learned there's like the tetragrammaton in the original Hebrew. There's the letter Hey, and then there's the letter H. Right? It's the Y. The Y is the Hey, and the H is the Yod, and you got to combine them. It's called like the breath of life. So it's yeah, or something like that. Yeah. Very hard to pronounce. Very hard to pronounce. What's the name of the Bible? It's called Sefer. Cepheer. YHWH is the closest. Yeah, that's the tetragrammaton. The four letters of. What's it? Oh my God! Hold on. It explains it in here. How do you pronounce this goddamn thing? It's Yahuwah. Yeah. It's E-A-O-A. But the Hey and the Yod is pronounced. Oh my God. So Hiawa was the va, where the VAV is used in its vowel form as a U, rather than declaring the vowel as a jot besides the consonant Hey. So like if you know Hebrew, well I don't know, but it's that little like apostrophe looking thing, that's what they're talking about. So the Yod is pronounced as double E, the Hey is pronounced as AH, the Vav is pronounced as double O, and the Hey is pronounced as AH. Therefore the pronunciation is Yahweh. Yahweh. There we go. Could you imagine if Greek gods were the real ones? Like walking around 20% Aries? The Greek gods, I don't know, man. I don't know. This stream took a wild left turn. That's rad. I want to start reading religious texts, but I feel like so much gets lost in translation. Well, how do you know if you're not reading them? There's not really much lost in translation. There's not really much. There's a lot lost in the rewriting. That's what I would say. There's been fundamental discoveries that have basically confirmed that, you know, these books in there are accurate as far as, you know, the translations are concerned. Of really pretty old versions of them were discovered that were pretty much exactly like how they appear today. So you don't have to really worry about the text itself being like losing in the translation. You just have to worry that the people who put it together, you know, put some things in there that were different. Read the original language. Yeah, just learn Hebrew and Greek. But Greek's not even the original language. Like the New Testament, Greek's not even the original language. So, yeah. And it's don't you think it's a little bit of a coincidence that the Greek god Zeus suddenly became the Christian god when it was transliterated into Greek? Jesus? Zeus? Jesus? Zeus? I don't know. That might just be me. Yo, Pusick, how's it going? Was gonna say the Book of Enoch is very interesting. Isn't the Bible based on ancient Egyptian religion? Well, there's lots of stories. There's similarities. There's definitely some similarities to certain stories, even to Jesus and Dionysus, the god of wine. There's a few stories that are very, very similar. The whole, like, Jesus spitting on, like, a blind person's eyes and healing them, that's a story that's much older than Jesus himself. So yeah, there definitely are stories from other religions. And if you really are interested in that, watch the documentary Creating Christ. There was a lot of stuff that they intentionally put together to create a religion that everyone could abide by and follow. And that's quite literally the Catholic Church. The Catholic means universal. It's a universal religion. All gods were ancient aliens. That sounds like something that somebody would said once. And I don't know if it has any proof. But it would be cool. I mean, that'd be cool to think about. The Jesus name's a long conversation. Yeah, it's a long one. I took a few classes on this stuff. People have devoted their whole lives to this stuff. There's a lot to it. There's a lot to it. Christianity in particular always tried to include all pagan cultures. Now, see, that's not true. I'm only disagreeing with your word always. Because Christianity was not just one thing before Athanasius and Constantine and the Council of Nicaea got together in 367 and made the canon. There was no universal religion. There were different people for hundreds of years doing and believing different things. And like the discovery of the Ethiopian Bible, like confirmed and proved that 100%. I've always wondered what the deal with the statues in Canehurst is. You got any ideas? I haven't really I haven't looked at them in a while, man. I haven't really thought about the statues too much. I'm not gonna lie. I got my religious info from Shin Megami Tensei. I bought that game. It's like an adult Pokemon. I bought 4. Shin Megami Tensei 4. I didn't really get too far into it though, because it's turn-based. It's turn-based. As cool as it was, I just kind of got bored playing it. Stretch. I think I gotta go to the bathroom. Great series of games, not for everybody though. I just wish it wasn't turn-based. Do you think Yeshua would have been good at Bloodborne? Oh my god. What do you believe in, Zeus, besides Vicar Amelia? What do I believe in? Listen, there's only one religious deity that I've read about that inspires me to be a better person, okay? And that's Yeshua. All the other ones have pale in comparison. That's like everything that I read, like, it's just, yeah, I mean, I don't know how else to say it. Like, that's just, there's been no other God that I've read about that inspires me to be a better person. That's it. Big Squinty with the 37-month resubscription. Thanks, Big. Thanks so much. You learned that Jesus went to learn with Buddhist monks? When did he do that? Happy to hear you saying this. I mean, it's just... I'm a very hard person to please, right? And I hold myself to a high standard and I don't fit it. I don't fit it at all. And like I said, I've never read about another person that inspired me to be a better person. Just never. Japan uses a lot more plastic than the USA, but Japan's so clean. I see random plastic everywhere in America. Oh, well, that's culture. That's culture. Japanese culture is very clean and orderly. American culture is be as grimy and scummy as possible. And also, like, if you look at Japanese recycling, they've got like 12 different bins for recycling. And if you put something in the wrong bin, they'll just literally like put it in front of your door and shame you. Most of the stuff that people think is like people throw recycling in plastic, but most American recycling centers can only recycle 1s and 2s. So if you put a 4 or 5 or a 9 in there, all you're gonna do is make it so that the whole conveyor belt line gets dumped. Are you trying to seriously speedrun this? I mean, I'll speedrun it in my own way. I mean, I doubt anybody else is going to like try to do it this way. The moon presence is your god? I mean, if I saw a tentacle beast, I mean... Jesus invented respawn. Love your knowledge about this conversation. I needed to say it. Not a lot of people understand. Takes the time to study and have a decent conversation about it. Yeah, most of what people think about, like say, a lot of people are drawn away from religion because of the Catholic Church, right? I know I was. Because you look at the church, you listen to the priest, you hear on the news what they do, you go in, and it's just not... The Catholic Church has become the enemy, the evil. Like, it's not every single church, but it's... What Catholicism preaches is not in line with what's in those books. And a lot of people draw onto that, so they avoid it completely. And a lot of people use the books to foster their hate. So other people are drawn away from it. But if you actually read the books, there's a lot of difference between what people say about it and what's in the books themselves. It's a big difference. It's a lot like Frankenstein. Society and the media convinces you that Frankenstein's monster is a big, dumb, stupid fairy tale. So you don't ever read Frankenstein. But Frankenstein is a lot more. And it's not even close to what he's being represented as. And Frankenstein isn't even the monster. Buddhism's more tolerant to non-believers and lay people. It doesn't condemn non-believers. There's a lot with Buddhism that I really, really like. A lot. What do you think about using summons for bosses in Bloodborne? I mean, don't. Just don't. I really enjoyed how religion was depicted in Stranger in a Strange Land. I loved that book when I read it. I loved that book. Yeah. I read the uncut version. I want to read it again, but I got other things to read first. People use any means, religious or not, to justify their reprehensible behaviors and beliefs. Oh yeah, yeah, and that's, you know, whether the devil exists or not, it doesn't really matter to me, because people use like-minded thoughts and actions that make them appear devilish. And there's warmongers all over the place, man. But they use religion. They use religion to proliferate their war. But it's really just a means of retaining power. Christianity doesn't necessarily condemn non-believers. It said that God will judge people based solely of the knowledge they had access to. Where does it say that? God told me to shoot Guinevere in the boobs with a bow. That's fine, it's a video game. Most people don't know about Frankenstein. I try to mention Frankenstein at least once a stream. You find a lot of parallels in Souls games and Buddhism, too. You want to hear about it? Now, Buddhism, maybe. I mean, to me, most Miyazaki games are critiques on churches. You want to. I'll give you some Dark Souls church lore, okay? You know Cain and Abel? Adam and Eve had two sons, Cain and Abel, right? Cain was jealous of Abel, so he killed him. I forget why. Like maybe he was better farmer or something. I forget. I haven't read it in a while, but he killed him. You know, there's a character in Dark Souls. Where if you kill this character, he drops a certain ring. So like you gain something from this character that makes everything easier in your life, right? He drops food, essentially. He drops his ability to proliferate. And he's well regarded as like a canonically good character in the universe, but he's gone insane. And I'm talking about Havel. And I can't help but draw the parallel to Havel and Abel. Because in the original language, Abel wasn't Abel. Abel was H-Yod-A-V-E-L. You believe that? I never realized it. I've played that game for a long time because I never knew the original language. But Havel is actually Abel. Cain was jealous of Abel's quality of sacrifice for God. Abel was more likely to sacrifice things of worth opposed to Cain. I can't quote the exact reference, but definitely that comes up that it's more complex than soul belief. It also has to do with your inherent character and the way you live your life. Yeah, I mean, if you want to have a discussion about stuff, I would suggest finding the exact passages because, you know, without you referencing passages, we can't talk about it. So if you want to discuss, we can, but I'm going to need to know what you're referencing. I'm going to need to know what you're referencing. And I think you're going to need to know it too, to see if it actually says that or not. There's similar messages across all religions. The god or saint you follow should not matter as much as your own conducts and moral fabric. A lot of generalizations right now. A lot of personal belief systems, and not respective of what the text actually says. That's exactly what's happening. It's a lot of personal belief systems right now. It's fine to believe in what you want to believe in, but also if you want to actually believe in what was written, that's probably a better system than if you're looking for true belief. It's probably a better system to follow what the texts say. The cyclical nature of Souls games is very Buddhist-like. Yeah, sure. Not really, though. I mean, sure, like on an outset, but I don't know. You could also just say that the game just lets you play it again. I hear a lot of people arguing for this or that religion based on how it can serve society. As far as I'm concerned, being true is the only reason to believe something. Do you mean like true to yourself? That's actually something that, like that spirit inside you that compels you, like that tells you when you're doing wrong, that your conscience or whatnot. Like factually accurate? Did Jesus rise from the dead or not? Did Jesus rise from the dead or not? Is that factually accurate? I mean, I can't answer that. I wasn't there. I wasn't there. Check Dead Space and the Callisto Protocol characters' names, Jacob and Isaac. Jacob and Isaac. Extending the Age of Fire makes everything worse. Let the cycles do its things. We can only rely on the text. It's up for you to believe or not. Yo, Vincenity, how's it going? Good to see you. In the Catholic Church, this point is often repeated, and in the past a lot, used in a twisted way. I tell you what this book says, this is wrong, but what if we misunderstand what's written? I'm misunderstanding what you've written. I'm not understanding. I'm sorry. The Catholic Church says something's written wrong. You're just gonna have to explain that. You also find it weird how miracles stopped as soon as we got cameras. Miracles stopped as soon as we got cameras. I mean, but see, like, right there, that's like you're attributing to religion something that is not written, right? You're allowing like the churches to guide your way. Like you're talking about miracles that like someone 300 years ago performed, when like you're not supposed to pay attention to that stuff. Like that's it's written in those books multiple times, you know, not to pay attention to false prophets and whatnot. You know, it's and most of that stuff are like figures of speech as well. You being alive is a miracle. Sub-bosses turned into normal enemies. Too many ads during bosses was just a mess. Oh, and Lords of the Fallen? Yeah. What Frankenstein book are you talking about earlier? Who's the author? Mary Shelley. Mary Shelley. Why don't we see aliens anymore now that we have cameras? I mean, there are alien footages. There are alien footages. I'm not certain like what miracle you're looking for though. I'm not certain what miracle. The scientific impossibility of us living is the true miracle? I mean, I wouldn't say scientific impossibility because you're standing on crumbled ground as far as I'm concerned with no knowledge yourself. But clearly science has no ability to explain life. So you can say that. You can say that. The alien footage is just optics and math. We've been through that. Zinky with the 2-month Twitch Prime resubscription. Thanks, Zinky. Thanks, Zinky. Your last stream was hilarious. Thanks, Billy. This one's not so hilarious. That Tic Tac vid is interesting. There's a. It's not just the Tic Tac vid. I mean, look up like the Phoenix Lights. That one happened a long time ago. I don't know if it's aliens. Okay, it could be, you know, government programs or whatnot. But there's certainly something going on that we're not being told about. Matthew 7:21 to 7:23. Not everyone who says to me, Lord, Lord, will enter the kingdom of heaven, but the one who does the will of my Father who is in heaven. On that day, many will say to me, did we not prophesy in your name and cast out demons in your name and do many mighty works in your name? And then I will declare to them, I never knew you. Depart from me, you workers of lawlessness. Okay. So that's the passage you're referring. I've read it. Now tell me what you're saying. Do you follow any certain religions? Follow? No. I'm not, I'm someone wandering. I'm wandering. The whole alien thing can be a white rabbit to lead one around endlessly as a distraction from greater problems. I mean, that's... If you want to talk about a distraction, I'm not so sure the alien things is the distraction. I think that, like, flat Earth might be a distraction that leads people away from the real problems. That it doesn't matter whether you claim to follow God or not. It's more about the actions and the way one lives their lives that matters most. That's not true. Yeah. See, you're not reading all of it. So you're taking one passage out of context, and you're not understanding the passage. Not understanding the passage. Many times in the Gospels, even the apostles don't understand why, like, Jesus, like, forgives and heals certain people. They feel like they don't deserve it. And he says many times, the only reason, essentially, or not the only reason, but the reason that he is because of their belief. So it's not just your works. According to that book, it's not just your works that'll get you in there. It's some combination of your works and having that belief. And that is replicated many, 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 many times. Many, 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 many times. He chastises people a lot for, claiming like they actually believe. But, they're just doing it for a show. They're just doing it for a show. Flat Earth is a complete distraction, actual brain dead nonsense? No, you're brain dead. Do you think it's brain dead nonsense? You don't understand. You don't understand. And I'm being straight up. You don't understand. I can probably, if I wanted to, most people, and I've done this on stream, most people are completely incapable of telling you why the Earth is round. Most people have a fundamental belief that the Earth is round and have never done any experiment themselves, which you can do some experiments. You can do. But most people have no idea. And that's one thing that actually horrified me when I actually set out to figure out what these people were trying to say and why they believe the things that they believe. Most of it is because they haven't been taught correctly, and they have fundamental holes in their observation skills. But most people just have a belief that the Earth is round, and they just parrot things that they've been told to say. And I was one of those people. I was just parroting with no actual real knowledge of the situation, just parroting things you read on the internet, or you maybe listen to Neil deGrasse Tyson speak. I'm a realist, and reality's my religion. I like the religion I created. I'll do what I want. I mean, that's, that only works if there really is, nothing else after death, though. Wait, does Zeus believe the Earth is flat, or is this sarcasm? No, see, what I'm saying, you don't have ears to hear, because I said it very specifically, and you still didn't understand. You probably have no ability to convince someone that the Earth is spherical. You probably don't have that ability. You're, like me, stupid, okay? You're stupid like me. So don't judge people who are trying to figure out the truth about things. Now, some people are straight up manipulators. There are definitely like flat earth content creators that are straight up lying, making things look a certain way to deceive other people. And other people trust them, much like you trust other people in the same way. Just one group happens to be right or wrong. But I see a commonality in your trust. A commonality. And it's the disrespect. It's the disrespect and like the notion that you're somehow superior because you believe the right group that I'm drawing your attention to. You actually did the experiment in high school where you tracked the shadow of a stick and used trigonometry to calculate the circumference of the Earth? Yeah, did you change the math around? See, this is what I'm talking about. Did you change the math around? Did they tell you that you can change the numbers around and make the sun like 6,000 miles away? And it works? Like the math works? That, again, I don't believe that, but this is what I'm saying. You believe. You don't actually know. You don't actually know. So if you could actually intimate to me all the flat earth points and go through them all and you can get to the end, because there's an end of most flat Earth points that would literally require the globe box, the celestial universe, to be some sort of illusion, or like, yeah, it would have to be a rotational illusion, and I don't want to specifically explain, because I don't think any of you know. You just believe, and you haven't figured out their side of the arguments. So maybe go look into their side of the arguments and think about it with a devil's advocate perspective, and you'll start to understand why a lot of people now believe the Earth is flat. Because it's an issue, and you demeaning other people just pushes them further away. Just pushes them further away. And it makes people less and less focused or trusting of education, which makes our country less and less educated. And I can't even get people to talk about why they think certain video games are better than others and what their emotions about it, let alone get people to talk about science or religion. So what I'm saying is, you don't know anything. You don't know anything. Go learn. Because the knowledge is out there. Knowledge is out there. But there's a lot of demonization of people for being less intelligent than you think you are. You're just the same. I was the same. I'm talking about myself. The only way you know how is seeing the top of mountains first and then doing the geometry of that. How does that work when you can't even see the curvature of the Earth from 80,000 feet up in the air? How does that work? What do you think of the Bedford level experiment? I don't know that one, Von Raz. I don't know that one. Everyone wonders why people are leaning extreme in anything, but the supposed moderate types continue to belittle and push people that way for either lack of knowledge or hosting a different idea. Yeah, it's religious cultism, but in the form of science. And I love science. There are some instances where science is BS, but I love real science. I love real science. But some people just, and this was me. I was believing, and I was demeaning other people for thinking something that I had no idea about. I had no idea. Science is BS. If you're gonna quote me, talking to people is so hard. If you're gonna quote me, how about you quote exactly what I just said, and you don't take a snippet. You didn't even quote the paragraph, okay? You didn't even quote the entire sentence. You took a snippet of a single sentence. That's so rude. That's so rude. Not what I said. Oh my God. I don't understand what was meant by some science is BS. What do you think it means? I don't understand why you took what I said out of context. Why don't you explain to me why you did that first, and then I'll explain to you what you don't know. Why did you take what I said out of context completely? Cormac McCarthy has a great line about it in No Country for Old Men. Something like, if you think Apaches were scalping men in these parts in living memory, it's no wonder folks around these parts are a little conservative. Legit science can be wrong. See, that's actually a really good point. I wasn't even talking about that. Legit science can be wrong. forget about people using science to promote their snake oil or their supplements or their superfood or their allergy medicine or their irritable bowel syndrome medicine. I've seen two completely different studies about like how wheat affects you, both saying completely opposite different things. One of them has to be wrong, right? So there's a difference, I'm saying, between something falls with mass and it moves 9.8 meters per second, right? And I could prove that time and time again. I can every single time prove that. That's science. That's pure science. It's observable, it's testable, it's repeatable. Okay? Then there's people who do experiments or generalize a population and say, yeah, this product will make you feel good. There's a difference between those kinds of sciences. 7 Donuts with the brand new Twitch Prime subscription. Welcome in. Thanks for the brand new sub. I appreciate it. As a research scientist, I'm a believer that the majority of academic papers are reporting false positives. I don't believe in the academic institution. I believe in testable, repeatable science. That's what I believe in. If multiple people can take your experiment and come to the same conclusions, that's what science is. If there's 2 groups of people saying the exact opposite things, one of them could be science, but the other's not. But I can't trust it. How can I trust it? I don't know. Like, I would have to physically do the experiments myself. I can't do that. I have to believe in somebody. It's better not to believe in either of them. Just believe in the real science that is provable. The scientific method rules, academia isn't executing it properly. Yeah, I bring up, someone mentioned the copper saws, like Zahi Hawass and Mark Lerner with Egyptologists telling people for decades that the ancient Egyptians were cutting blocks with copper saws. Not bronze, like copper. They're cutting granite with copper. And they have no ability to prove it. They tried testing it on camera, couldn't do it. Yet they still tell people that. That's not science. That's academia pushing a narrative because their business depends on it. Their livelihood depends on it. There's a difference. And if you don't understand that difference, I'm sorry, but you need to. There's a difference. People become wedded to their ideas. Yeah. Imagine having an interest in humanity instead of yourself. Because like what Zahi Hawass and Mark Lerner and other people do, they do something for 30 years, they realize they're wrong, and then they decide to lie about it. Subconsciously or consciously, it doesn't matter. But they make that decision. Instead of saying, guys, I was wrong. This isn't right. Instead of saying that, they double down. So they're self-interested people. They're not interested in serving others. Both can be science, just due to phenomena we cannot yet understand. The same experiment can lead to opposite results. And that's a question. That's okay, dude. I thank you for typing that because, oh man, I like when I can have a conversation and I feel like someone at least is understanding. Oh yeah. Or do we live in a world of manifestation? Or are certain religious texts right, and you can make this world what you want of it, or are people selling snake oil? I don't know. The question philosophically has merit, though. I have family members who believe in flat Earth. I can definitely see why they would believe it. I just despise these snake oil salesmen. On TikTok, there's a guy who works in like the aerospace engineering. His whole TikTok his name is like Globy McGlobeface, and he like tags content creators, flat earthers, and like he does experiments and tells them why he's wrong. At first, he was a total jerk about it, and he's since I think realized that being a jerk about it isn't the right way, and he's a lot nicer and a lot more sarcastic, because he realized that there's a difference between, like, some people watch snake oil salesmen flat earthers and they believe them, and then they start making their own content about it, not realizing that it's snake oil. But then there are those people who are the snake oil salesmen. Like there's one guy, he's like saying, oh, this picture of Mars that NASA released is actually like in North Dakota or something like that. Here's an image of it. It looks exactly the same. And it's not the same image at all. It's not even close to the same image. Not even close. So you have to understand that there's the people who are selling the snake oil, there's the people who just have been convinced of the snake oil, and then there's the crowd around, which is making their decisions based on that. So when you're talking to any of those people, you have to realize the crowd is listening too. The crowd is listening too. And you might not be able to convince the snake oil salesman, but you might be able to convince some in the crowd. And you might be able to convince the people who were led astray. There's a difference between grifters and marks. Yes. Yes. And then admitting or finding out you made a mistake just leads to even more complications. Sometimes these mistakes lead to new science. Yeah. Someone who can say that they were wrong, that's a real person. It's a real person. I've been wrong about many things. These days, I'm right about most. But I'm wrong every now and then. There's also people that push interesting but unproven hypotheses way longer than it's viable and undermine public trust. My initial instance or feeling is to react to that, but I'm going to keep reading. Example would be string theory. An interesting theory in the 70s, 80s, but lacking any real evidence by the 90s and still pushed by the same people. Despite the standard model was revised and explained the discrepancies well. Bro. Nah, like, see, you have your own personal belief system about the nature of the universe right there. First off, I'm not capable of discussing this. I am not an astrophysicist, and I don't have any real knowledge. I have but glimpses into that world. I'm not really capable of having this discussion about which one is right or wrong, but I could tell you that both of them are wrong. I could tell you... Now, there's different aspects of them that are right, but your current model of the universe requires, basically every point of space-time to have this charge attached to it that could allow matter to form or exist in it. Then you also have the Schrodinger's cat experiment, not Schrodinger, the double slit experiment that was just performed, where you have, you know, entirety of reality being called into question. Gravity doesn't work on a cosmological level. It works locally, like a damn clock, but it doesn't work. You get close to a black hole, it goes away. Goes away. You know, so there's, again, I'm not capable of actually having the discussion, but I'm pretty sure that, you know, there's a lot out there that we have no idea about it. We have no idea yet. And I think there's room for people to be wrong. I think the problem with today's society is that you're not allowed to be wrong. And people are wrong all the time, but then as soon as someone else in the media or in science or wherever, as soon as someone else is wrong, people are willing to ditch someone for being wrong once when they were right 100 other times. Isaac Newton was right about a lot. He also thought you could turn lead into metal. He was wrong
Zeus,
sometimes.
Don't you ever just think that our whole life is a simulation?
Yeah, I mean, the Schrodinger's cat, the double slit experiment, this insane, I don't know what to call it. I'm going to use the word divine geometry that I see in my head. What is that? I don't understand, man. Is that a screensaver? I don't know. I don't know what that is. But there's I admit that I don't know. This world is weird. World is weird. Even Newton's scientific model was also wrong, and his gravity force was viewed as ridiculous non-explanation at its time. There was no mechanism. Brewski with the 2-month Twitch Prime resubscription. You love these introspective confos. Thanks for streaming. Hey, thanks for participating. People don't want to admit faults and being wrong. Ego's a great enemy to seeking truth. Okay, so ego is required to seek truth. But the thing that requires truth seeking also requires you to eliminate it at a certain point. You're not, unless you have an ego, unless you have a will or a drive to better yourself or better what's around you, you're not going to ever have that drive. So that's one thing where I disagree with Buddhism. You know, I think ego is just a necessary part of your human mind. You know, it's not something that can be completely abandoned or detached. It's a part of you, and just like all parts of you, you can use them for good or you can use them for bad. Can you explain the double slit experiment thing? Basically, you send photons or electrons at like some slits in a wall, and sometimes they behave like particles, sometimes they behave like waves. What's really curious, when you add cameras to it to see which slits the photons are going through, it gets all funky. And it seems like the universe decides what it's going to be at the moment that you observe it. You observe something, you change something. If a tree falls in the forest and nobody's around to hear it, does it make a sound? Science is telling you no. It does not make a sound. If there's no observer, it does not make a sound. Light behaves differently when it's observed than when it's not, yeah. Now, you go on YouTube, there's a lot of really good demonstrations that'll show you specifically what I'm talking about so you can visualize it a little bit better. That's some simulation stuff right there. Yeah, so basically the area of the room right now that I can't see does not exist. Now it exists. Woo! Are we not in a video game? I don't know. I don't know. Technically, that's not wrong. If there's no ear... No, see, you're trying to appear technically correct, like you have some greater knowledge than me, but you have less knowledge. That's... No, you don't understand. I barely understand, but you understand less. What a drivel. I turn off Zeus stream, Zeus stops existing. No, because there's... I'm not saying that all observation and existence stems forth from my brain. No. There are unique observers at different points. And also, observation on an atomic level is fundamentally different than observation as we're thinking of it right now. But, as the Schrodinger's cat thought experiment shows, you can tie real life quantum behaviors to the physical realm. I mean, science is telling you that we live in a multiverse right now. Like, that's real. That's not just like Marvel, you know. That's not just movies making that up. That's real science, or real theoretical science. Real theoretical science. I haven't actually seen the dimensions. You probably have. Maybe. Like I said, there's geometry in my head. What is that? What is that? Do you guys know the geometry that I'm talking about? Do you know what I mean when I say that? Sacred geometry. The psychedelic stuff? Yeah, but you don't need psychedelics to see that. You're totally open to the prospect of existence being explained mathematically. We are the universe. We are the universe. I love how one word made you go, no, I can't argue with you. You're dumb. Realistically, that's just sad. Okay, you know what, Tecmo? You were the first person to cast a stone, okay? You were the first, you said, and I quote, technically, that's not wrong. Technically, that's not wrong. That right there insinuates that you have more knowledge than me. You are capable of telling me where and when I'm right and wrong. And then you continue to go on. If there's no eardrums to get affected by the falling tree pushing air, then there is no sound. Which is a completely different process than what I was explaining. So The irony of you telling me that I'm not wrong and explaining a completely different process, a more physical process, not a subatomic particle or quantum process, which is what we're discussing. It irritated me because of how you insinuated that you knew something when you didn't. Crossdread with the 459.
Love your streams, man.
Aw, thank you so much, Crossdread. You're now too soft and tolerant than before? You taking vacation? No, I'm just trying not to be as angry anymore. I told you I've changed. I don't, I try different things in life, and then if they don't work, I cast them out. We still have fun, but like Globy McGlobeface was yelling at people, and I thought it was a bad look, and it wasn't accomplishing as much as he could. And then I saw him change his content, and now he's accomplishing more. The same sort of thing. Any response, Tecmo, or was what I was saying accurate? Because I'm going to take the silence as you agreeing. Surely the one thing we can all agree on is that we have to support the deep state and the military-industrial complex. Yep, that's it. That's it. Positivity breeds positivity. I just used to be a much more positive person, and I found myself being changed by ideas that were not my own. So I want to go back to me. With that said, I'm still going to rebuke people and be sarcastic and whatnot, but I might not do that all the time. In fact, I intend not to. But the people... There are times where it's funny and entertaining, and there are times where I knew getting on today that I wasn't going to be funny and entertaining. I knew that. I know what kind. I'm old enough and I know myself well enough where I knew what kind of day it was going to be. Okay? I'm much more aware now of myself. Bertal with the 6-month resubscription. Thanks, Bertal. Always nice to hear you talking about this stuff. Great streams. The pyramids were built by aliens? I don't think so. I don't think so. You're entertained? Are you not entertained? Positivity for someone else's benefit? I'm not talking about fake positivity. It amazes me how many times I have to repeat myself by saying the same words. That amazes me. Hey, Seeker, how's it going? They were not. It certainly had a huge human toll. Solar Boy, how's it going? I feel that the first thing humans would do with aliens is see if they taste good. Your zodiac sign? No, thank you. That's some demon magic right there. They probably would taste good. They can't possibly taste better than humans, though. Teachers have to repeat themselves all day. There's a difference between someone who didn't hear and someone who isn't listening. Hey, Robert Sharp, how's it going? How's it going? I'd prefer to die without knowing what my zodiac sign is. I don't feel like that's a necessary part of your life, so you can avoid it. You just got Lies of P? Have you played it yet? You would try having sex with them before eating? Isn't that how, like, the Sumerians were made? The Anunnaki came down and saw the man animal on the planet, so they genetically altered them and created us? I'm pretty sure that's how the Sumerians were made. Basically, I confess I cheated Lords of the Fallen. I'll have a slug baby for myself. I just started yesterday, played like a streamer for hours. Nice. Yeah, it's a fun game, man. It's a fun game. I like Lies of P. Do you have any thoughts or theories about the Nephilim? The god giant men mentioned in the Old Testament? So I don't really remember, okay? I'm revisiting all this stuff. But there are... How do I put this? There are a few reasons to think that everything that happened in the Old Testament was basically just like post-Ragnarok. As if Loki had killed all the other gods. There's a few stories. Connection between religions. There was Eden, the apples of Eden. That can't be a coincidence, right? The goddess Eden had an orchard or a garden, and all the gods would eat her apples. And the apples of Eden were the ones that gave the gods their long life and their powers. Eden and Eden? Never thought of that, huh? Yeah. There's some other things, too. Wasn't there a Leviathan in the Bible? Lots of commonalities. Most religions have a flood myth. That's one thing, like, in terms of... Legends and myths and religious texts, I don't know, they're rarely wrong. In terms of what we've found out, like, those stories, at least in some way, seem to have happened. That's how I interpret it. You know, that's how I interpret it. And then if you look, I really do subscribe to the whole ancient civilization thing. There's a lot of evidence for it. There's a lot of evidence. Dragons existed? Mitch, you've been missing this? Oh my God. I thought you were just... Is this a From Software game? No, it's not. No, it's not. The Old Testament depicts a mass exodus of Jewish population from Egypt, but this is not corroborated by an encounter of... No, there's literal tablet. No, you're behind the times, man. There's literal tablets that have been discovered that corroborate many of the Old Testament things. Maybe not specifically like Moshe, but whenever we find something, it's usually like, oh wow, that actually happened. What are your thoughts on conspiracy theorists? That's a word that I will rebuke anytime it's mentioned to me, unless you're talking about how the word was created. The conspiracy theory word was created by the CIA to get you all off their trail of the horrible things that they were doing to you and everybody else. So I will not use that word. If you want to ask me the question in a different way, I will happily answer the question, but it's not a word that I'm using. It's propaganda. Use your own words and I'll answer your question. The book of Exodus being probably the poster book of the Old Testament, you'd think it'd be noteworthy to the ancient Egyptian, but no, it's not corroborated. Okay, I don't want to answer. I don't want to just tell you. All right? I don't want to tell. I want you to tell me. Winnie Bagel. I want you to transport yourself back in time, okay? You're Ramesses, okay? Big time super Egyptian pharaoh. And you got these Jewish people led by Moses, and you're using them for slaves, all right? But they don't want to be slaves anymore. And they revolt, and then they go out into the desert, and you send your armies after them, but your entire army gets killed and flooded in an ocean. How does that happen? How does your army get flooded by this ragtag band of slaves? How do you get beaten, Ramesses? Answer. What does Ramesses do? What does Ramesses do in this situation? You think he's broadcasting? I screwed up. Come on. You know there are times in Egypt's history where like literal hieroglyphics have been scratched and burned because the pharaoh did something wrong or some other accomplice did something, so they removed him from history. All of the apostles after Jesus got like crucified or flayed or beheaded. History is rewritten by the victor, yeah. Apparently it's a conspiracy theory that the word conspiracy theory was invented by the CIA. What are your thoughts on theorists? Okay, so the word theory, we gotta reframe your question. The word theory is something that is our best, most testable, repeatable understanding of things. So I wouldn't call them theorists either, because that's not what they're doing. What they're doing is uncovering or putting a narrative to global events run by actors who stay in the shadows. Hypothesizers, That's just a silly word, though. That's just a silly word. I don't know. I know Alex Jones. I don't know David Icke. I don't know Jordan Maxwell. I don't know Bill Cooper. I don't know John Todd. Do you trust some more than others? Just curious, because I know some of these theories go against each other. Yeah, I don't know, man. You know, I'll say this about Alex Jones. He has put me onto things that I looked up thinking, what kind of nonsense is this insane person talking about? And it turned out to be completely factual. His presentation is a little comical. He's clearly selling stuff. He's making money. I don't trust him. I don't trust anybody, though. He's clearly trying to make money. But, you know, the first thing with Alex Jones was Bohemian Grove. He snuck into the secret society of people that are running the world, and they're sacrificing something to this giant owl effigy. That's real. There's video of it. Video of it. I don't know what I should think. He says a lot of wild stuff, but some of the wild things and reports are true. Listen, if you want to talk about something he said, see, I don't like complete character profiles, right? Well, I was just talking about this before. You know, you could be right about 100 things, but if you're wrong about one, the media, and by extension, the world who follows the media, will turn you away. Or they'll stop listening. Oh, he was wrong about one thing? Forget him. That doesn't make sense. If you're right about 100 and wrong about one, so what? So what? You should look into the other dudes I mentioned. Send me like a Twitch whisper with like a video, like a specific video you want me to watch, and then I'll go from there. All right? Like the best video, the thing you need to show me. You know, if that's the best way to get me to do. Because I could go and I could find something, but it might be something that doesn't have any weight to it, or maybe it's not appealing. Show me what you want me to see, and I'll look at it. We also need to consider that we essentially had only state-run media until the invention of the internet. All the news on TV, radio, and papers were heavily regulated. Not the papers. There was a lot more free writing than there is now. The media, like the movies and TV, has always been, you know, controlled by certain people. Is everything controlled? No. Writing was a lot more free back in the day. A lot more free. You only need to like go into turn of the century books and newspapers, and you'll see. It wasn't like some, you know, it wasn't like today where you ever see that video? Hold on.
Hi, I'm Fox San Antonio's Jessica Headley.
And I'm Ryan Wolf.
Our greatest responsibility is to serve our
Treasure Valley communities,
the El Paso, Las Cruces communities,
Eastern Iowa communities,
Mid-Michigan communities.
We are extremely proud of the quality, balanced journalism that CBS 4 News produces.
But
we are concerned about trouble and trend of irresponsible, one-sided news stories plaguing our country.
plaguing our country.
The sharing of biased and false news has become all too common on social media. More alarming, some media outlets publish these same fake stories without checking facts first.
The sharing of biased and false
news has become...
Chris the Vacuous Dude of Fox News. I'm pausing it here because that's... Stop with that. It's not just Fox, bro. It's not, it's all of it, okay? It's not just the Republicans. I used to believe that too. It's not just the Republicans.
Become all too common on social media.
More alarming, some media outlets publish these stories simply aren't true without checking facts first.
Unfortunately, some members of the media use their platforms to push their own personal bias and agenda to control exactly what people think. And this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
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 This is extremely dangerous to our democracy. This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
You're still gonna vote for Republicans and Democrats, though. I'll be back in a minute. Oh, man. All right. Where are we? I refrain from watching the news in general. If I'm interested in something, I'll be the one that looks into it. I'm definitely not going to have some multi-million-dollar company tell me about it. Yeah. I mean, I was a disillusioned Democrat for a while, man. I was. I just, It was a few years ago. A few years ago where I started to start questioning things. I started to see the same things that I never realized. It's like my brain wasn't working. The same things that I would criticize the Republican Party about, I would never criticize the Democrats for doing the same exact things. That's why I'm very big into hypocrisy these days. Very big into hypocrisy. Because showing the hypocrisy and allowing yourself to not be riddled by hypocrisy, it allows you to think clearly again. Or it allowed me to think clearly again. Quelly with the 5-month resubscription. Thanks, Quelly. Do you hold Bitcoin? Nah, I don't. That was the one thing I didn't trust the internet, and I could have made a lot of money, and I made nothing. The only entity that has your best interest at heart is you. But what about the Ruach HaKodesh? Democrats and Republicans are in a symbiotic relationships and have been for decades at least. The one thing, I don't really know how this whole thing's organized, man. I really don't know. You know, because on one hand I see Trump and Hillary Clinton laughing at a dinner together, you know, and then like a year or two later, you know, they're lock 'em up. I don't know. I don't know how it works. I don't know. I'm really, really uncertain about the whole thing. All I know is I can't trust any of them. And I don't. Vote for me for king. Kidding. Media's just effed nowadays. I mean, it's been effed for a while. Yeah. I think there are actually a couple people out there who have more of my own self-interest in mind than me. Well, that's good. That's good. Ultimately, it's just the haves holding down the have-nots. That's why, listen, it's very important for us to find someone who is not a part of them and who can represent people in a fair and balanced way. I don't know whom that person is. I have no idea. But we need to find someone who is outside of politics to lead us. Media's never been good. They're the same people who covered for Stalin and got us into multiple wars.
Hi, I'm Fox San Antonio's Jessica Headley.
And I'm Ryan.
So many of these reps and senators all come from doctors, lawyers, upper crust too. Well, because listen, you're not getting into the Democratic Party or the Republican Party unless you're bought and paid for, man. So it doesn't matter what you do. If you are a Democrat, if you are a Republican, you are compromised. If I said nothing today, if you heard nothing but what I said today, only hear that. The Mad Scotsman with the 56-month resubscription. Thanks, Mad. You have the materials for a king? I don't know. First off, if I'm in any sort of power, they'll kill me. But the question is, are you going to stay the same when you be there? That's the thing that frightens me about that, man. That's the thing that frightens me. Because I haven't been tested. I haven't been tested, so I don't know. I haven't been tested. I wish I could. I wish I could stand here and say, I know I would not succumb. But the human ego and power, it just. Oh, I've read about it. I've seen it. It corrupts. It degrades everything and everyone. So I don't. I'd like to think that I could do it. I believe I could, but it's not tested. It's not tested. Not tested. You've lost faith in your institutions. A lot of people here in Italy are like that too. Every party feels like a soccer team and doesn't really represent anyone. They're just ideology crusaders of some sort. I'm trying not to sell you anything, you know? I'm trying to be as honest and direct as I possibly can. I'm not trying to pull a hood over your eyes. I'm just trying to teach you what I know in hopes that some of you teach me what you know. Because if I do go into politics, I want to be prepared. I want to be prepared. And there's a lot I need to learn. So we're learning. I'm not seeking power, though. I actually don't want it. I don't feel like I could handle it at this moment. I need to learn a lot. I need to learn a lot. But thank you for believing in me. I always know if I made it past even to get in that position, I'd be assassinated in less than a month. Galahad Eridanus, who's that? Have you ever pondered if you had the unqualified opportunity to change things, what things would you change from the system? I mean, do you want me to talk for 10 hours? Basically, it's just, my ideas are centered around pushing everyone to be better versions of themselves. And including myself. Standards have elapsed and eroded in this country. This used to be a respected and great country, but we have lost our way. So we must find it again. And the only way to do that, because I don't believe that my way is the right way. I believe in science. I believe in testing reality and proving what is right. And I also believe at the heart of capitalism that has been checked. So we have unfettered, unchecked capitalism. Competition makes things better. But when you allow people to be so powerful that they stifle competition, that's not capitalism anymore. And that's the problem with what we have. So in terms of anything that needs to be changed, we have a beautiful system of 50 countries with tons of counties and tons of communities and local governments, state governments, and a national government that can test things. And we could pit ourselves against one another in the spirit of American competition to figure out, for instance, the best way of educating people. The best, most efficient way of teaching people what we need as a country moving forward. And we all know our education system is absolutely terrible. I don't know the best way to teach people the most efficiently. But what we can do is come up with a system that would allow everyone to compete against one another and allow the cream to rise to the top. And then give everyone who is not rising to the top access to all of that information and that mindset and that ability that the cream figured out. Disseminate that to everybody. Basically, just a system of making ourselves better and in whatever ways that are possible. This has easily been the most base stream I've seen on Twitch. Subs, I appreciate it. I'm glad you like it. Refresh and hit the share button and it'll pop up. Not only that, these titans are in bed with the government, like Amazon getting deals on shipping no one else can, because they are titans. I just saw, I gotta look into it. I don't know if it's true or not, but this like Bezos and Amazon use these lawyers to like throw this guy in jail because like, I gotta look into it because I don't actually know what happened. But pretty wild. Pretty wild. Ojuan with the 35-month Twitch Prime resubscription. Thanks, Ojuan. Basically, the claim that was made was that this guy was in jail awaiting trial for years because Bezos and Amazon paid off multiple lawyers and prosecutors and judges because of the lawsuit that the guy was filing against Amazon. Because I think what happened was he left Amazon and worked for somebody else. And they started competing, and Amazon didn't like that, so they made up a BS NDA, which never was signed, claiming that he broke NDAs. So they threw him in jail, spent like $3 million to get him out of jail. So your Titans of Industry analogy is spot on. It's spot on. Could there be a way to create a better representation method? Well, yeah, political action committees need to go. Political parties are banned. If I'm king, day one, all political parties are banned. There's only political individuals from here on out. There's no grouping of money. In fact, money is now out of politics, day one. Every election will be government funded. There will be specific TV time placements, a specific amount of signs you can hand out, a very, very specific amount so everybody has an equal opportunity to relay their policies to everybody else. It will no longer be, politics will no longer be funded by the rich. It'll be funded by you. It'll be funded by you. Please do. Ban the parties. You should check this out. I'll check it out. Yo, Herbert. Yo, thanks for the 21-month resubscription, Herbert. Weren't the forefathers against a two-party system, and yet here we are? Political. I believe in George Carlin, okay? I believe in the individual. Individual people, one-to-one, are very nice, very caring. But anytime you group people up, they're horrible. Even in groups sometimes as little as two. I've found that to be life. I have found that to be life. Grouping things up, it does something to people. With the power to enforce all that, wouldn't you be corrupted? See, I do not want to be an executor of power. That's not something I'm not. One thing I will never do. Listen, man, there are people who literally have stolen from me. Okay, and I'm talking about thousands of dollars. I know where they live. Okay, I'm not. I'm trying to learn the nature of forgiveness. I'm trying to learn the nature of forgiveness. It is not my responsibility to dole out judgment on people. I want to be clear about that. I think that there are ways of doing things that are better than others, but as far as you're not gonna hear me call for somebody's head, okay? That's not me, all right? The blood of the blood god is the blood of the living. The blood of the dead shall not be given. I have no interest in the dead. I'll honor and respect them, but I'm not trying to cause any death. Okay? I'm not like that's just the question. I'm not trying to cause any death. Time to forgive Fextra Life. It's true. But that's the difference between me and Zeus. That's the difference between me and Zeus. And that might not be obvious to some people. Some people are so enjoyable one-on-one. I had a bully in my school who was so nice when he wasn't with his bully's friends, but together they were such idiots. Yep. Dude, I had a friend. I grew up at the end of a street with my grandparents. They built a house next door, and then they built a whole cul-de-sac. And moved in was this kid a year younger than me. And we played all the time together. We were good friends for a while until he became friends with this other kid who was, I'm going to say, a bad influence. He was a bad influence on him. And it ruined our friendship. Forgiveness isn't just the mercy for others, but also mercy for oneself. And that's that concept is new to me, Wandering Mind. Because I've never been like that, and I'm trying to understand it. Because there's also, I'll take this. This is from the Gnostic the Gospel of Thomas. But blessed is the lion that is eaten by the man, for the lion becomes human. Cursed is the man eaten by the lion, for the lion becomes human. A parallel is also the meek will inherit the earth. Meek meaning those who have the ability to be strong but know how to live in humility. Don't be the kind of person that's killing lions, but also you can't be the kind of person that allows lions to kill you. That's what it is. So, when you talk about like other countries or, America's place in the world and our military-industrial complex, I really believe in defense. A lot of Americans don't respect our military, but your military has kept your country safe, for the most part, for a long time. And your military should do that. It's the offense that is the issue for me. I don't believe in offensive tactics. Meek is misunderstood. It's strength under control and guidance, not being a soft pushover. Yep, exactly. The word has been, lots of words meaning have changed over time. I wonder if there's Bene Gesserit witches out there that are doing that on purpose. Read Dune. When do y'all think Fextra Life are gonna stream on YouTube? Listen, you know what? If if Extra Life wants to stream with me and have a real conversation about things with no judgment, I'd be willing. I'd be willing to hear him out. I'm going to ask questions. I'm going to look for answers. I don't appreciate hypocrisy or being lied to. That's some Jordan Peterson stuff. Oh, so since Jordan Peterson said the same thing, that means it's bad. I mean, because Jordan, so so I can't say anything that Jordan Peterson ever said. If Jordan Peterson says words that I agree with, if Jordan Peterson watched my channel and he repeated something that you agreed with, but because he said it, would you then stop agreeing with it? Is that how that works? What happened between you and Fextra? I constantly have called out Fextra Life. I am the first domino in the long chain of dominoes. I called out Fextra Life for embedding their channel on the wiki and using that to gain a massive amount of popularity and money. And I figured that he cheated the system. And I did not, nor do I respect it at all. Then Zeus latches onto that and gets very angry. And has said a lot of things. They said a lot of things. You have to get up early, I'd love to say. Dream of the beard. Dream of the beard. Jordan Peterson is interjecting his own meaning. He doesn't know Greek or biblical scholarship. Okay. Greek and biblical scholar, Captain Dadpole 86. Can you please give us, using the Greek language and the Bible, specific passages from it, explaining to me why that version, that definition of meek is wrong, and how it doesn't apply to the Bible or the Greek language. Also, I would appreciate it if you would also bring in some Old Testament stuff, maybe some Hebrew too, if you could. But if not, we'll just stick to Greek and biblical scholarship, because you are a Greek and biblical scholar. So please tell me that if I'm wrong and Jordan Peterson's wrong and the person whom I heard that from is wrong, I would like to know. Let me know. I don't think he was using the biblical term for meek. I'll get right on that laundry list. I'll get right on that laundry list. Guys, do I need to say anything about Captain Dadpool 86, or did he just say everything for me? Remember when we were talking about again, I don't believe in flat Earth, disclaimer. But remember when we were talking about the people who believe in the globe Earth and they know it's the globe Earth, but they can't actually tell you why? It's like that. Like that. Just... Discredit without any rhyme or reason. Jesus isn't speaking to the secretly strong who know how to control their strength. Oh, so when he's about to get when he's getting taken away and one of his followers takes out a sword and cuts off a soldier's ear and he tells them, no, don't do that. That doesn't relate? That doesn't relate? All I know is it's the way the stars move in our sky over time proves the spherical Earth. That doesn't prove anything. that doesn't prove anything. That proves nothing. Like that's exactly what I'm saying, Newman. You have no idea what you're talking about. It's okay. It's okay. It doesn't matter. I don't think the Earth is flat. It doesn't matter. But you don't know what you're talking about. Time-lapse stars move in a circular type of motion. Look it up, smart guy. Just atmosphere? What's atmosphere? Thoughts on the firmament interpretation? Just atmosphere? I mean, it seems like it, right? It seems like it. I've never been up there, though. Didn't Magellan prove the Earth is round when he made circumnavigating the Earth? Lol. Yeah, see, like, I don't care about defending it. I've already done the work. I've done the work. But all these things that you're saying have other explanations or other potential explanations, which I don't believe in, again, because I've done the work. There's something else where my knowledge of the Earth's shape hinges. But Magellan going circumnavigating the Earth certainly works on a flat Earth. Certainly would work on a flat Earth. Ever see a turntable? Again, I'm not saying that's how it works. I'm just saying that your proof isn't proof. That's it. There's actual proof. There's actual proof. Or at least, in order for that not to be proof, it would have to be some sort of illusion that's happening. Reddit post incoming. I'm a flat earther. I've had this conversation before, and that's the takeaway some people get from it. But that's more respective of them, not me, because that's not what I'm saying. And I've said it directly a bunch of times. If you're looking at it from that perspective, then yeah, the turntable argument could work. Well, there you go. You're a flat earther. Imagine having this conversation in 2023. Why can't you have this conversation? So there's a lot of people out there, Muzi, according to you, that they don't think the Earth is flat, right? And that's wrong, and they should be educated. So why shouldn't I try to educate people? I'm responding to another comment in your chat? Oh. Do me a favor, at someone if you do that, though. Otherwise, if you don't at someone, I think you're talking to me. No big deal. Any of you guys remember the dude that killed himself in a homemade rocket trying to prove the Earth was flat? That's another thing. He wasn't even trying to do that. He was a flat earther. It's stuff like that flat earthers it'll actually entrench them more, because that dude was a flat earther that was just trying to make his own rockets, right? He wasn't trying to prove anything about it. He was like an Evel Knievel kind of guy. He was an Evel Knievel kind of guy. And he just happened to be a flat earther. But then he blew himself up. Back to the flat earth flood myths. Look up Randall Carlson. Does Randall Carlson believe in a flat earth? Because I like a bunch of his videos. I've never heard him talk about flat earth, though. The way plane rides take longer or shorter, depending on their path regarding the Earth's curves, would prove that it's flat, wouldn't it? The way plane rides take longer or shorter, depending on their path. So, you're going to have to explain that a little bit more in depth. I could take that a few different ways. It's called time zones and wind. Planes take advantage of jet streams. Is that what you mean? Because the wind definitely affects the speed. Like if you go, like I used to fly from New Jersey to Arizona all the time, and it's always like an hour longer one way because of the jet stream. That's not a curvature of Earth thing. Turn the camera around so you can see the front of the helmet? Sure, I got you on that. I don't think the point is how can you prove the shape of the Earth, but rather you shouldn't accept anything just because you know it to be true. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. See, if you're listening to this right now and you know the Earth is flat, or you know the Earth is a sphere, but if you don't know the flat Earth arguments, can you really claim to know? Or are you just operating under belief? I took the time to try to understand what these people were saying, listen to their arguments, and tried to find holes in them, and see which ones stack up and which ones don't. And the horrifying truth about flat Earth is that the math behind it does work in surprisingly numerous ways. But there are some ways where it doesn't work. And if you were to talk to me about the ways that it doesn't work instead of the ways where it does, I wouldn't call you believers. You can't claim to know until you're an astronaut. Fair enough. There is, no matter which way you go, there is still the unknown and the known. But also, like satellites, for instance. I've seen a video saying that satellites are just... They call them satelloons. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? Have you heard about satelloons? Yo, Keith Wiz with the brand new subscription. Welcome in. So flat earthers don't even believe in, they don't believe satellites are real. They don't believe, there's a sect of flat earthers that don't believe that satellites are real. In the sense that they send them up and they're traveling, what, like a few thousand, what's it, 17,000 miles? Well, the ISS or whatnot, they're going so fast. Satellites, they're going so fast they don't fall down, right? Their speed, their velocity, their angular velocity far outpaces the downward momentum caused by gravity. But they say that those don't actually exist. That all the satellites that we have are basically like the Chinese balloon satellite. Like they just send them up and they're connected, they're floating with balloons. They're floating with balloons. There's many videos about this. Many videos about this. So, how would you go, if you guys are interested in proving that wrong, how would you go about proving that wrong? Can anybody, the claim that has been made that satellites are actually held up by balloons. Prove it wrong. You mean it is possible? Sure, it's possible. Of course, it's possible. It's an easier to understand thing than, you know, making rockets and shooting past the atmosphere at the right angle and getting to be an insane speed and wrapping around the Earth. I mean, it's simpler than that. I'm not saying it's true. It's simpler than that. How do they maintain orbit for as long as they do if they're held up by balloons? Well, balloons stay in the air for a long, long time. The weather balloons and stuff, they stay in for a long time. Long time. I've also seen images of, I don't know if they're real or not, but I have seen images of crashed satellites with like a balloon-like looking thing. A balloon-like looking thing. But I'm just doing this as an exercise to take someone's claims and prove them wrong. How would you prove that wrong? How would you prove that wrong? Because you could do it. You could do it. If you want to take the time. Because if you grab a telescope, you can see no balloons. They move at different speeds and in different directions. Okay, so you have a telescope that you can show me a balloon from? Or a satellite from? We can see a clear image and track it. You have a telescope. And you've done this. And you're speaking from authority. Oat Nasty TV with the 57-month Twitch Prime resubscription. Thanks, Oat Nasty. I appreciate it, man. Just look at them through a telescope. Okay, so you've done that, right? The claim itself should be tested for accuracy, not with the intention to prove or disprove. Listen, I'm just out here. I saw some videos where they claimed that satellites weren't real. They were actually balloons. So I'm just asking all my globe friends. Again, I'm not a flat earther. I'm trying to explain to you that you don't even know their arguments. You don't even know you're not even aware of their arguments. Forget about the facts that could disprove the arguments that they're making. You're not aware of the arguments. So you know nothing. You're Jon Snow. You know nothing. You just believe. You just believe. And again, I don't think the Earth is flat. I don't think the Earth is flat. There would have to be pretty big balloons. That's actually not even true if you know what a Zeppelin is. They would not need to be pretty big, actually. Radio wave imagery of star systems unobservable from our point in space. We're talking about satellites right now, man. We're talking about satellites. You could calculate the trajectory of a satellite. You could send a rocket with a camera to visualize what you're looking at, with things like orbital triangulation velocity. I mean, that seems like a really hard thing to do. I mean, you could if you really wanted to, you could probably do it a little bit easier. I saw a video where a guy connected a Big Mac to a weather balloon with a camera on it. Once it left the atmosphere, the balloon froze and exploded. The Big Mac came back down and he ate a space burger. Balloons would not work. Okay. You wouldn't be able to control where the satelloons go. Okay, fair. I'm not saying you're wrong about that. I'm not saying you're wrong about that. Just go outside and look up, because you could see satellites with the naked eye. I've been to over 70,000 feet and seen that the Earth is a sphere. Yeah, see, people like you're actually, people like you make me think the Earth is flat a little. When you say stuff like that, because there's no way that's true. That's not true. That's not true. You wouldn't be able to see the curvature of the Earth from that. No, so you don't even know what you're talking about. Most of the videos where they send like an Air Force pilot up and it's like, oh yeah, it's 60,000 feet. Here's the curvature of the Earth. It's a fisheye lens. That's the stuff that pisses me off. Yeah. That's the stuff that pisses me off. The ISS has a goddamn fisheye lens. Why do I have to go to the Chinese space station to see what the Earth really looks like? And again, I don't think the Earth is flat. But there's definitely a lot of fakery with videos and imagery that I don't understand the need for it. I really don't. It just makes people more confused. Makes people a lot more confused. I'm not sure why why is there on the ISS a fisheye lens? That makes no sense. Makes no sense. So if it's flat and I dig for 10 minutes, am I going to fall to the other side of the Earth? Why don't you dig for 10 minutes and find out? It's probably not true. See, there's another like random BS thought that has absolutely no bearing in reality. But to his mind, that's like a proof, and that works. Not to my mind. Again, don't think the Earth is flat. Why wouldn't there be a fisheye lens? What do you mean? Why wouldn't you just have a normal lens that shows exactly how it looks, and instead of adding artificial curve to it? Gravity in a vacuum condenses objects into spheres. Okay. It's not what we're talking about right now. Because the Earth flat is a stupid discussion. No hate, but it is. So you gave me a proof that Honestly, a 7-year-old could have come up with a better. I've literally seen 7-year-olds on TikTok that have more of a fundamental understanding of where you are in the universe than you do, but they don't have this insane ego and this disillusionment that isn't backed by any real knowledge. To give someone a proof that is immediately rejected and then to say, oh, but this is a stupid argument. You're not capable. You're not capable. You make me laugh. Where's Neil deGrasse Tyson when you need him? Yeah. I mean, your head scientist will tell you that. Like when the Felix guy went up on the Red Bull and he jumped from space, right? He jumped from outer space. And we look at the camera and it's like, oh wow, this big globe of an Earth. It's just a fisheye lens. If this is the Earth, Felix was 2 millimeters above the Earth. 2 millimeters above it in relativistic terms. It's not possible for him to see the curvature. It's not possible. I saw an Air Force pilot with Brian May go up to 60,000 feet, just like that guy, that bot, not a real person, came into my channel and said he was there at 60,000 feet. It has a curve. We know you can't see the curvature. We know you can't see the curvature from there. So how are you saying it? The horizon isn't flat. You cannot detect the curvature. You cannot detect the curvature by looking at it. I used to think that too. It's not true. Okay? That's your belief. And I had that belief. And again, I don't think the Earth is flat. But you cannot look at the horizon and say it's curved. Because all you have to do is take a flat and level picture and put it in Microsoft Paint and put a straight line across. And you'll see it's completely flat. Relatively, from that perspective. Why do flat earthers believe ships disappear over the horizon, bottom first? Why do they... It's basically, they call it view distance. They call it view distance. If you've seen, there's some videos of people like zooming in. If you zoom in, you could see, like, on the horizon, you can see a ship sort of go down below, right? And it goes bottom first. That's observable, right? But then you see these guys with like Nikon cameras, P900s, and you watch the ship completely go under, and then they just hit the zoom button, and the ship comes back into view. I've seen that. Then people say that's just refraction. Oh, you're seeing it because it's an illusion. There's certain light like light's funky. Light does funky things. If you know anything about light is super funky. And the reason that happens is essentially because of refraction, and it's an illusion. That's mainstream science. But flat earthers say, no, that's just you have a limited view distance and you can't see with your naked eye that far. A rendering issue. Yeah, it's a rendering issue. The render distance on your eyes is too low. Let me go into the settings of my brain and set the render distance higher. Gotta be honest, you don't follow that explanation. So go look it up. Okay, Petty, go look it up. Look up a flat earther like zooming in on a ship. Zooming in on ships. There's videos out there, man. That what I'm saying to you is that doesn't prove to me, a glober, that doesn't prove to me that the Earth isn't flat. Because I have seen videos of, you know, just cameras here, the ship goes down, then they zoom in, the ship is basically here. I see it on zoom. It clearly, if I see it on zoom, it clearly didn't go past the horizon, right? But then science tells me that's refraction. Okay. Once we're dealing with refraction and light and my eyes are useless, I get my eyes are useless, I can't use that as a proof. It's the bottom first part you're not getting. Okay, so basically, my fist is a ship, okay? You are an observer right here. So you're watching the ship go far away, and you see how this part of the ball, like the ship goes lower, and now you can't see the bottom of the ship, right? And eventually you can't see any of the ship because it's traveled so far over the globe that it's literally, your view is blocked by the globe itself. That's what I'm explaining. Does anyone else on mobile seeing broadcast has ended? Interesting. Yeah, interesting. This is the same sort of stuff I started talking about that made my broadcast go interesting before the whatchamacallit, my break. I get why ships disappear bottom first. I don't get how that flat earther explanation explains why they disappear bottom first. Because you can't, okay, so we're both on a beach, right? We both watch a ship disappear. Then we take out a camera, zoom in, and the ship is there. Do you not understand? Let's have this hypothesis. Let's presume we're at the highest point on the world and have devices able to zoom in, and that's okay. I don't do thought experiments. I want to be in reality. I want to be in reality. I'm sorry, man. I'm not. That's for the same reason I don't accept flat Earth thought experiments without proof. I'm not going to accept that thought experiment either. The pendulum experiment. Which pendulum experiment? I know what you're talking to about, but I'm gonna make you talk about it the right way, not just the pendulum experiment. What pendulum? I think the easiest way to prove it is how the flat earthers tried to prove the Earth was flat by using light, a 1% distance on the Earth's surface. Yeah, I originally thought that too, King of Assist, but then you look into it, and those people were, that was not a group of people that, there were a lot of movie people in that. If that makes sense. Like it was a media thing, and I'm not entirely sure I trust that specific video. I'm not entirely sure I trust that. But the experiment is sound. But that was very much, if you go look into that, that was very much an intentional, oh, this isn't how it's supposed to be. But doing it yourself might work. Yes, and that's what I'm saying. Don't rely on that video, okay? Don't rely on that video. Let's rely on our own abilities and our own observational techniques. Let's not talk about, if we're gonna talk about someone else's video, let's talk about experiments we can do to prove or disprove that. Because lasers... The truth is, I've seen different videos on different things with that, so I don't know who to trust. That's what I mean. I've seen people do the experiment and it works, and I've seen people do the experiment and it doesn't work. So I can't, unless we do it together, I can't trust it. That's what I'm saying. I do think the argument and the reasoning behind that experiment is fairly sound, though. It's fairly sound. If the Earth is flat, what does that mean? It means that your society is controlled by people who are trying to lie to you about literally everything. Which isn't far off from the truth. I just don't know if it's literally everything. You know? To me, Flat Earth is a perfect distraction for the real problems that they are actually lying and conspiring about. Foucault? Yeah, Foucault's pendulum. Did you know that when they set a pendulum up, they push it in a certain direction? Did you know that? That pendulum is weird. If you watch universities, there's a video of a university setting it up. Twitch died. It's wild. Absolutely wild. Absolutely wild. It's like clockwork. Like clockwork. Don't refresh your Twitch. Is it the whole site, or is it just me? I hope it's the whole site. I don't need to conspiracy theorize. I don't know, guys. I don't know. If Twitch is is blowing up the whole website when I'm start talking about flat Earth, even if I'm saying I don't think it's flat, I don't know. Yeah, go on YouTube. YouTube works. YouTube works. The black helicopters have been dispatched. To YouTube. Oh, that's a link to my channel. Would they have to push the pendulum in a certain direction? Because if you push it with the Earth's rotation, the pendulum won't swing in a neutral swing, right? So explain to me how you can push something with the Earth's rotation. The Earth is moving it's spinning 1,000 miles an hour right now. What's pushing? Eratosthenes proved the Earth was round since the 5th century BC. The same math. Eratosthenes wasn't really a super well-known guy, but the same math can be used to prove, the same exact equations can be used to prove that the sun is 6,000 miles away from the Earth, directly overhead, but rotating. Same exact equations. You can make the same exact equation look like the Earth is the center of the universe. So it's not a proof. It's not a proof. What if the world is bigger or egg-shaped? As far as I know, there's only 3 types of Earth shapes that have had any serious methodology in our humanity's history. Flat, globe and disc. Do flat earthers say why there's a conspiracy? Like who is pushing the narrative the earth is round? Yeah, the same people who run the world that are warmongers. Yeah, they think they're using it as a device of control, that the earth is literally bigger than... Some people believe that the earth is a globe, but that the portion of earth that we have access to, because the earth is much bigger than they're saying, is relatively flat. That's... Some people believe that. Like there's literally, like the ice wall, there's certain sections where you can get through the ice wall, and then there's other lands. Like that's where, like that's where like Atlantis is, or like where the whatchamacallit. Like the Ragnarok people. My brain is skitzing out. Isn't flat and disc the same shape? So I'm actually a disc earther. And this is my own hypothesis, okay? This is my hypothesis. If you read books, plenty of people talk about the Earth and other planets being discs, okay? For a long, long time. Even in Frankenstein, for instance. Now, what's curious about that is that the most accurate map we've made is a disc. Basically, you map the Earth top part from the North Pole to the equator, and then on the other side, you map from the South Pole to the equator. And that is the best, most perfect map we have of the Earth in 2 dimensions. Combine that with, you know, Schrodinger's cat and the double slit experiment, and, you know, we're in a video game simulation. You know, the Earth could be a flat disc at the local level, and then when you get out to the cosmological level, it actually appears in its real form. Much like it would with a video game. Like you're not gonna render the full 3-dimensionality of it when you're just on the 2D plane. So maybe. Yarnum's behind the ice wall? Maybe. Flat Earth debates are the funniest thing ever. There's more embroiled in this discussion than you think. There's a lot more to it than you think. You laugh at it, but I laugh at you. I laugh at you. Because you don't know anything. But you think you do. You think you do. And again, I don't think the Earth is flat. You like the idea that the universe is a giant disk, much like a frisbee? I mean, galaxies are essentially disc-shaped. The Earth is bigger than we think. Maps and globes sold are mostly wrong. Some continents are larger than they are being projected onto those. The Flat Earth community finds it easy to hyper-focus on individual experiments and completely ignore the rigorous ongoing work done by very intelligent and accomplished people. Ooh, your language, very interesting. With the most sophisticated, custom built for purpose instruments in history. The fact is people are more intelligent than others. Critical thinking is important, but not if it devolves into becoming incredulous. Yeah, see, you don't even understand that your unwillingness to have these conversations and your willingness to demean people who aren't as intelligent as your science gods just embroils this belief system further into our society. So you are perpetuating the problem that you hate. I'm trying to resolve it, but you're standing in my way. You don't understand how important this is. You don't get it. I'm trying to show you, but you just want to laugh at it. It's not as funny as you think. It's just science, people. That's what it is, Black Goatee. Imagine, like, just the idea that how dare you question what I was taught in grade school. I know that. I can't explain it to you, but other people smarter than me can. Pretty much everyone in this channel, including myself, especially myself, needs to be better educated. You're not as smart or intelligent as you think you are. You're not. I can tell by talking to you. I understand my lack of knowledge and understanding, but you don't. The lack of understanding in this is why we get actual extremists. Science is the biggest religious dogma. I wouldn't know if it's the biggest religious dogma, but it certainly has religious dogmas attached to it. Certainly. Yeah, I only am trying to draw attention to your own and my own lack of knowledge. Knowledge that can be gained. Again, most of you want to laugh at these people, but you're not even aware of their arguments. You don't even have the ability to sit down and try to understand one of them. You've never made an attempt. So how do you know? Listen, I woke up recently and I realized that a lot of what I learned was either wrong or I had forgotten. And there's a lot of new information in the world. And I basically, because of COVID, I had such brain fog from COVID that I essentially lost myself. I lost so much memory and information in my head that I had to, and I'm in the process of sitting down and relearning everything because my brain has been jumbled. It has been absolutely jumbled. And in that process, I learned that I believed in a globe. I couldn't explain why. I would cite the same things you guys have cited and think of it as fact, but if you play devil's advocate or you try to understand the other side, well, there are actually mostly reasonable beliefs tied to what they say, even if it's wrong. They're reasonable questions that can be explained away, but you laugh instead. Why? Because you've watched a few Jordan Peterson videos? Jordan Peterson hates trans people, and I do not like Jordan Peterson for that reason. I have no hatred towards anyone for being who they are. So you, my friend, have no idea what you're talking about. You are allowing some crazy propaganda to mold what I'm saying. I don't advocate What? Because like this guy like thinks I'm actually a fan of Jordan Peterson because I said something that was similar to something he said once. It's wild to me. It's wild to me. Jordan Peterson doesn't even hate trans people. Jordan Peterson doesn't realize that he doesn't hate trans people, but he does. He does. He does. He certainly does. I think you need to hop off of Twitter. Yeah, I don't even go on Twitter. I just use Twitter to. You don't know what you're talking about, dude. You don't know what you're talking about. You have no idea. I consume maybe. I didn't even scroll through Twitter today. I just posted my going live notification, and that's it. My thoughts are my own. You're assuming things about other people and then judging people for assuming, bro. What am I assuming about other people? And then what am I judging other people for? Feeling dumb every once in a while is a good sign of self-growth. It's comical how people are genuinely getting offended over this topic because I've offended their religious dogma. There is truth in what a lot of flat earthers say. There is some truth in it. Again, I don't think the earth is flat, but there is a religious dogma associated with this, and it's entirely apparent by how upset you've gotten. Entirely apparent. I'm still waiting for the answer to what I'm assuming about other people and what I'm judging. I'm waiting for that answer. That was the claim made against me, but it's been a minute and still there's nothing. Still there's nothing. The earth was flat, it would be day in the whole world. When you turn on a flashlight, does it illuminate the whole world? So, again, I don't think the earth is flat. But if the sun is just simply not as strong as you think it is, yeah, it wouldn't need to illuminate the whole world, would it? Again, don't think the earth is flat. I can pretty much prove it in my own mind and with experiments, but none of these thoughts hold up. You're not going to convince a flat earther with these arguments because they've already thought about them. They've already thought about them. You're assuming people don't understand what person, why they think what they think, and you're judging them having thoughts you think are preconceived, which is in itself a assumption. No, if you give me an argument that if you were well versed on the topic, you wouldn't have made, if you give me an argument of a child, I'll tell you it's the argument of a child. I'm not assuming it's an argument of a child. It is. It is. There are factually based proofs that you can use to prove that the earth is a globe. I'm just not hearing them from anybody in my Twitch chat. That's not an assumption. And I don't think I'm judging anybody. I'm trying not to, actually. Because I'm saying things along the lines of, I used to be like you. I used to think that way, and I was wrong. So here, let me offer how I think now so we can grow. How am I judging someone if I'm admitting throughout this entire thing that I once thought like you? What about weather systems traverse on a spherical pattern? Why don't hurricanes cross? Well, because the Earth is circular, so circles and spirals are in everything, even plants. So that's just like a system of the universe. But also, why don't hurricanes ever cross over the equator? Has it been proven that fisheye lenses have been used? Yes. Look up footage from the ISS and then looks up footage from the Chinese space station. It's the Coriolis effect? Yeah, but also it could just be... You said... okay, so how is it the Coriolis effect? How? Explain to me how is the what is the Coriolis effect? And then explain to me how that applies to weather systems behaving in circular fashion. Ideologia and Versa with the 23-month resubscription. Thanks, Ideologia. We need to use research to properly explain these things. Yeah, but what I'm saying is there's other arguments that could be made that require very little research, and you don't need abstract ideas. You know, you can kind of just show that in order for this system to work, some really funky things need to happen. Hurricanes feed upon the pressure difference caused by the heat of the sea evaporating. The cool temps up the high. Once they hit ground, they no longer have that fuel, so they dissipate. That doesn't seem to explain why a hurricane wouldn't pass over the equator, man. That doesn't explain that at all. That doesn't satisfy my why just... The equator has this, like, line of heat? No. No. Just watch a boat sail over the horizon. Been on that one. I've seen people zoom in on boats that have already been past the horizon. How do you explain that? Hurricanes can see the equator line and know they can't move past it. It's illegal. Just climb a hill on the beach to see further over the horizon? No, you misunderstand. You said you can see boats disappear under the horizon. And I said that those boats, you can take a camera from the same position, a boat that you cannot see with your naked eye, zoom in, and then see the boat again. So if you can zoom in, it must not have disappeared. Explain that. You cannot take a camera and do that? You need to go and look on some videos. You absolutely can. Now, there is a process that explains why that happens, but to say that I can't do that, you're just wrong. You don't know what you're talking about. Go look it up. Matsy with the 4-month Twitch Prime resubscription. Thanks so much, Matsy. When you are the blood god and master of the madman's wisdom, you will likely be misunderstood by mere peasants. One video that's never been reproduced, sure, that's a fact. So if I can take a video, so Major Makoto, if I can take a video of a boat that has disappeared at standard zoom on the horizon, and then I zoom in, and then the boat has reappeared, you will be a flat earther? If I can show you that, you would be a flat earther? I know the Earth is ellipsoid because when driving down a flat road in Florida, I can see the tops of buildings first, and as you get closer, you can start to see the lower floors come into view. That is the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Why is it so stupid? Because you're telling me that over the course of a few miles, you can physically sense and detect the curvature of the Earth when people can't see it at like 60,000 feet in the air? Like you can see it on the ground when people it's 60,000 feet in the air can't see it? Yeah, I think it's ridiculous. I think it's ridiculous. Because of how the building comes into view. Same thing with mountains. Bro. Like, there are so many weird things that happen with your vision because you have two eyes. You've never seen something that appears further away than it really is? Isn't that just view distance? Yeah. Like you're just not seeing things. And also you don't even know if the ground you're on is flat too. If the Earth was flat, you would see the full building from the start. That's assuming that everything around you is completely flat, and Florida is not flat. We can only test our vision's range at sea level. Yeah, like that's why the ocean or like really long lakes are places where you do experiments like this, because the ground is not level. Please drive from Kansas and Colorado. Let me know when you see the Rocky Mountains. It sure isn't while you're in Kansas. Oh, yeah. I see all those galaxies. Look up in the sky. Look at that galaxy that I see. Your assumption is that I can see an unlimited distance. Explain this to me. Why would I see mountains 300 miles away or 500 miles away when visibility distance is 22 miles? Explain why it's backwards? No, if listen, because you're making major, you're making reality into something it's not. Like that changes daily. Okay, so but we're talking about a visibility distance of, you know, anywhere from what, nothing to 25, 30 miles. Come on. You're not gonna see past that. You can't see an infinite distance. 80s underworld, how's it going? You can see further than that, depending on the situation. Hades Underworld with a 20-month resubscription. But your camera apparently can. No. Okay. How can I... why can I only see visibility for 22 miles? And why do you expect me to be able to see things hundreds of miles away? How far is the sun away? We can see that just fine. It's very strong. How far is a galaxy? Why can't we see into the center of a Milky Way? Why can't I see a galaxy with my naked eye? Because it's far. Okay. So we're talking about view distance, right? Unless you have a great amount of light, right? You have the sun is a fusion bomb going off at an incredible rate, right? This is sad and amusing. Why? The sun is strong. Wow. You know what's really just disappointing? How rude some of you are being right now. That's what's really disappointing. It's just the rudeness. Yeah. Because I'm not in character or anything right now. I'm being as genuine as possible. You know that I don't believe this. We're just having a discussion. But you're still being rude. You're still being rude. And if you were listening to what I was saying, the rudeness is most of what I'm talking about. Your arguments aren't enough to satisfy even me, and I agree with you. You were being rude too. You called my hypothesis stupid. Fair enough. Fair enough. I just don't think that you can observe elevation changes with your eyes when you haven't determined that it was flat land. Like you're just speaking from your interpretation. Like you're simultaneously telling me you can see the horizon curve with your eyes. And it's just not possible. It's just not possible. Like the science does not back up what you say. You can't see the curvature with your eyes. Star constellations change depending on which side of the equator you're on, which proves the world is round. Wow, it took an hour for someone to actually say something that is objectifiable. Wow, thank you. Wow. One person after an hour actually knows what he's talking about. Thank you. Correct. The Southern Star. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Without being rude. Amazing. Amazing. Thank you. Sure, bro? What's sure, bro, about it? Yo, Ernest with the 3-month resubscription. Thanks, Ernest. I mentioned the stars earlier, so I was close. Zeus, what about gravity? If the Earth was flat, wouldn't it also mean gravity is physics? Well, gravity is. I actually don't believe in gravity. If you think gravity is listen, gravity obviously works on a local level, 100%. It's testable, but as far as cosmological gravity is concerned, I mean, a simple Wikipedia search will tell you that gravity does not behave like how it should in a lot of areas. And also, gravity requires that we come up with a world that has multiverses and dark matter and dark energy. So, you know, gravity and everything that comes about it is funky as hell, super funky. And I don't believe that it's right to make fun of people for not understanding that funkiness. Because most of you, you know the Earth is flat, but you don't know about the double slit experiment, and you don't know about dark matter and dark energy, and how literally every Planck pixel of this simulation is being worked on by this arbitrary force that we can't detect and only exists because we need it to for gravity's sake. There's a lot that is funky about science, okay? And to say that funkiness isn't like you can't question that funkiness is so stupid. It's so stupid. Guys, okay, so how old are humans? Like 100,000 years? You can go back 3 million years and find a human that's basically anatomically similar, right? You think they thought the Earth was a globe? It's only in this very brief history of time that humans have come to learn this. Because of other greater people than anyone here, right? So if you're going to laugh at someone or demean someone, which I have also been a part of, and I'm trying to be different, maybe just be a little reflective of where you come from. Maybe you don't know as much as you think you know. Because in over an hour, only one of you were capable of explaining one demonstratable fact about the Earth. And he's not even subbed. He is now? Did he? Oh, Ernest gifted him. If he changes, that means I have to change too. No more condescending ass here. Astronomy isn't your bag, and it's not my bag, man. We're just having a discussion. But this discussion, while the content of this discussion has been flat Earth versus globe Earth, okay? The reality and the truth that I'm trying to discuss with you is about your own lack and your own inability to know the other side of things, your unwillingness to learn, and your capacity to hate when someone thinks differently than you. When Zeus gets real upset about people not liking Bloodborne, is that how to act? Were the Greek gods written that way to tell people, to demonstrate for them how to be? Or was there another purpose to that? eclipses show the shape of the Earth? No. Well, you can make like on the flat Earth model, you can make eclipses happen, but basically, if you get different observers, how you prove flat Earth wrong? You get different observers at the same time on different parts of the planet, looking at the same stars or the same eclipse. The angles all line up. It all lines up. The only way to make it not work is if literally the cosmos is a rotating illusion, like it's the sphere, like or there's some sort of improper lens effect happening with our eyes. There's nothing that really makes sense to explain the southern stars, the Southern Cross. I haven't seen anything yet. There is a video that makes a fair attempt at it. I think the guy's name is P-Brain. And it's like this cosmic, it's this cosmic rotational illusion that's happening. And when you watch it, it's actually pretty interesting, but I don't subscribe to it. It just seems a little too out there for me. A little too out there. But there were many proofs that people had weighed against me that I just found that there were other arguments for, but I haven't found one relating to the Southern Cross and the stars. I haven't found one that really is demonstratable by my own view of reality. Trying to disprove flat earthers isn't a reasonable exercise. You're not listening to me. Nope, you're not listening to me at all. How is it not? See, people said that 20 years ago when all this stuff started happening, okay? And it's only just proliferated. It's only just bred. So no, you're wrong. Completely wrong. I disagree 100%. Science has to make attempts to have real information out there that is non-demonizing. It's not trying to make fun of anybody in any way, but real attempts to take all of these things, put them into one area, and show everything we have to offer to give everyone a fair shake at understanding themselves. Yo, Vats with the 8-month Twitch Prime. Thanks, Vats. The misconception of truth is the most prolific breeder of misinformation. Yeah, I just want people to be more educated. But you guys don't think it's worthwhile to educate people. And that's what's wrong with the society. On one hand, you guys will agree with me that people need to be educated more. But then when I try to have a stream where I'm literally trying to educate people, oh no. No. People don't need that kind of education. That's not what it is. Now, who are you talking about then? Who are you talking about? Who needs to be educated if these people don't need to be? I don't get it. Everyone but themselves. Berserker with the 15-month Twitch Prime. Thanks, Berserker. I don't think they're good faith arguments. Many people have tried to do what you have. So why aren't they good faith arguments? And why, because other people have tried to do what I'm doing, are you mad at me for doing it? I'm not making good faith arguments? You're not mad? Major. I know how you talk to me, and today you talk to me in a different way. Maybe you're not mad, disheartened, disinterested. You've talked to me different today than you've ever talked to me before, and I recognize that. I don't claim to know your emotion, but you've talked to me differently today. Personally, I've really enjoyed this conversation. It's made me think differently about the situation. Does anybody else? Type 1 in the chat if you feel the same way. This conversation has helped you think about things in a different way. And Major, if I really did, insinuate some negativity from you that didn't exist, although I still am going to say I think there was some, I do apologize. I do apologize. But I do know that you talked to me a little bit differently today. You're just being sarcastic? Well, okay, well, see, there it is. There it is. You try to get people around me as well, but I don't have the conversation skills. And honestly, if I'm going to have this discussion again, I'm going to need to relearn some flat earther arguments too. You can't convince anybody if you don't know their arguments. Hey, Real, how's it going? Some people get easily offended. That's true. Excuse me.
Science is an attempt to explain what we see and feel. Since we see further and further away, cosmos, and closer, atomic world, the rules of the game change, but it is still an approximation. It always has been.
And I agree with you. But it's very easy to say that, this is the best way we have of looking at things, which it is, and not say what you just said, that there are areas where this theory evolves. So a lot of people, if you're uneducated about that, it's very easy for someone who's uneducated to take someone who doesn't say that part. They're just saying gravity's a fact. But they don't tell you that on the cosmological scale, gravity is not a fact. It starts behaving funky. If you're uneducated and you believe the science person who tells you gravity's a fact, trust it, demeans you if you don't. Then when you find someone who tells you that gravity on a cosmological level behaves funky, and then you go and you research it, and you find out it behaves funky, now you don't believe the first person because they were unwilling to be patient. They were unwilling to explain to you where their arguments devolve and the reasons for that. Not being entirely genuine with your arguments, not laying everything bare down the road will lead to more people not trusting you and going with the people who told them the truth that one time, not realizing that those people might have been right about something but wrong about others. Does gravity act weird mean that it's not a thing? I'm not understanding this part. Yeah, so gravity, for you and me, gravity exists like how you've been taught, but then the math does not work out, once you start approaching the speed of light. or getting to a black hole. Gravity is funky. Light is funky. There's no single set of equations that explains that transition, right? Where our standard model of equations works, but then we get to this part and it stops working. Just like when we go down to the subatomic level, the same thing starts happening. There's new rules at play. There's new rules at play. So I'm just explaining to you why being more detailed with your arguments, even up to the point where they fall through and there are clear limitations that science hasn't worked out yet, that's fine. Embrace that. But if you try to hide it, or if you try to force someone to believe it, you're just going to turn them down the dark side. Gravity here is different from gravity in other places of the universe. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. The explanation for dark matter is that your beard exerts extreme gravitational attraction on a cosmic scale. That's why Zeus is right. That's why many people grow up in religion, abandon it. Not because religion doesn't have good answers, just because most people only got the McDonald's version of it. Yes. Man, Faroon Bros. It's like you're connecting the conversation. It's like everything that we've talked about today is all linked. And a multi-hour conversation has come full circle. It's almost like that. Almost. Wait, what about Fox News, the final piece of the puzzle? Those are the guys who overthrew Tartaria and flooded the world with mud floods and took over the world, and they're raining on down terror on the flat earth, keeping us inside the ice wall and making us so we can't go out to see Atlantis and Asgard and all the holy lands that we as human gods should be living at. But we are being oppressed. We are being oppressed. Yeah, if there was an ice wall, it'd be so cool. It'd be so cool. Teacher, can I pee? Yes, I gotta pee too, actually. I gotta pee too. I think Mitch just timed someone out. But if there's a preponderance of evidence points to one direction, and people who choose to believe in the 1%, I'd argue you aren't thinking rationally. That's why people have such a hard time with flat earthers. No. Or you just have no ability to figure things out for yourself, and you revile people who are trying to figure it out for themselves. Maybe they didn't have as good a teacher as you. I mean, they're literally figuring things out for themselves, and you're saying that it's not worth it to even talk to these people. They don't even deserve this conversation. No, you're the problem. Your mindset's the problem. Because all you're doing is perpetuating the problem even worse. You didn't say that. You did, though. You did, though. You don't realize you said it, but you did. You're saying that they're not thinking rationally. They're not thinking rationally. Yeah. Maybe they're just ignorant of some things. Artusa, can you prove to me that the Earth is a globe right now? Do it. Explain to me your proof that the Earth is a globe. Can you convince me? Playing devil's advocate. See you later, Eldritch. Have a good one. other than the photos, I mean, some of those photos are actual like photoshops. That there is an original Blue Marble photo, but I mean, as a Glober, I would not trust any NASA images. NASA, they created Photoshop. They created Photoshop, and they I mean, there's actually been Blue Marble images that are just composites, but they composite images. There are real Blue Marbles, but if you look them up, there are some that are fake. So then again, flat earthers use the fake ones to say, look, they're lying. You gotta just be genuine 100% of the time. NASA made Photoshop? Well, that's hyperbole. That's hyperbole. But all those galaxies, you know, that look all pretty and there's all those colors and whatnot, it's false. Those are really microwaves. Okay, those are microwaves or gamma rays and stuff. It's not visible light. You know, they add the color to it to make it look pretty. But if you were really there in person, it'd be like a light gray fog. All of it is it's like Marvel. It's just fake. It's just fake. I love science, but visually as a human being, we see nothing. Right? Our eyes are so practical. They're so useless. So goddamn useless. Now the images aren't fake, like, because the microwaves are real and whatnot. But again, if you were there, you wouldn't see that. Isn't there proof of moon landing movie sets? Not really, man. Like, even me, like, there's some things that I've seen some videos that make it look a certain way, but then, you know, there's actual people who know what they're talking about, and they've got all these technical like there's technical manuals, and like the amount of work needed to pull that off would have been insane, because there really were tons of companies that were building all of these parts and whatnot. So it's real hard to imagine that all of that was faked. Real hard to imagine. But I have seen some videos where they take some clips and mash it all together, and it looks appealing. Our eyes are as useful as survival required them to be? No, we used to have better vision, but when the Anunnaki spliced our DNA to make us slaves, they put a cap on our DNA, so we don't see nearly as well as we used to. I read that in the Sumerian texts. Hey, Smooth Shooter, how's it going? I think the point of this whole conversation is more about being open, being willing to learn, and open to relearning. Yep. If the moon landing was fake, wouldn't it be in Russia or China's best interest to prove the US wrong? Have you read Brave New World in 1984? Do you really think that Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump hate each other? Not for a second. Well, listen, you know, we're getting into belief, but I really do believe this world is controlled by probably a few similar but different groups of people, like the real powers of the world. I do believe that. I don't know if I go so far as to say that everything is a lie. everything is really just the world powers orchestrating everything and everybody's in on it. I don't think it's an everybody's in on it thing. More like their influence is so great you have to be in on it. Or they just hire people. Like the video game industry. Like video game industry journalists' websites, they don't hire people like me who are critical of video games. They only hire people that love everything. So now the entire video game journalism industry loves everything. And video games are for the worse. They're not all in on it, but they all have similar goals. Yeah. And if you have the ability to choose who is disseminating the information, you can probably choose only people who are going to naturally align with your views. And then you have people who come up and just want to make money, and they naturally align with people because they make them more money. You don't even need everyone to be in on it. You don't. Especially not at this point. George Carlin had it right. There are no secret meetings. Well, there are. Just rich people smart enough to protect their shared interests. You don't need secret meetings for your interests. See, that he said that before Bohemian Grove. He didn't know. George was right about a lot of things, but he also probably got killed. So had a heart attack. He didn't get killed. They not only have secret meetings, but large-scale meetings out in the open now, too. The people who need to hear this conversation are the people that never have the place to have this kind of conversation. I get what you're saying. Are you referring to an evolutionary stunt that's man-made? I'm not sure what you're referring to. Forget about it. Let's play Lies of P, eat pistachios, and drink whiskey. We're almost there. We're almost there. I've said almost everything that I've wanted to say. Oh, Eminem's a pedophile. Like 250 private jets flying to a place to argue about climate change and how the little man needs to do things. Great read of Who Really Runs the World, The Creature from Jekyll Island. It's about the creature of the Federal Reserve. Oh yeah, the Federal Reserve, you get into the history of that. Man, you want to talk about secret meetings that don't exist? George wasn't right about everything. They literally snuck that in. You have an entire branch of the government that isn't controllable, electable, and is just basically exists on its own. People work there for basically their entire lives. Yeah. And they control your money. Notice how your money is worth like half of what it used to be like 3 years ago? What if they took a group of flat earthers into space? Listen, man, like I require... You know what would be nice? You know what would be nice? If all these satellites that they keep putting up had cameras on them. And then imagine if we could just have, like, if Elon Musk could, in basically a few months, completely get rid of flat Earth, if he wanted to. Just put a camera on every Starlink satellite, right? And have them all put on a website, live feed them, So everyone can see all the clouds moving and it's all synchronous together and all the land masses and all the light works. It'd be very simple to do. Just like I request that the ISS gets rid of the fisheye camera. Just put a normal camera on there and be more honest. Be more honest. I've had days where you streamed a bit negative, and on them days I enjoy the stream less. You've really evolved, man. Listen, I was possessed by a demon, and I'm trying to be more myself. I'm trying to be more myself. But being more myself is going to get me less viewers. And I intentionally forwent that for longer than I should have. I bought a new car last Saturday. Somehow you pay more now, even though you earn more money, have better credit and credit history. Yeah, listen. I don't know whom you voted for, but you got exactly what you voted for. Okay, because there are people like me telling everybody that if you voted for Trump, you were going to get an idiot who was going to be loud and boisterous and say the wrong thing sometimes. But if you got Biden, you were going to get some sort of economic collapse and war. That's what you got. I'd rather have the grab 'em by the Rotussi comments, personally, than the war and our money being. Tough choice, not for me. No, not for me. I'd rather have the grab 'em by the Rotussi comments than war and people dying. Or how about occupying Afghanistan for 20 years and pulling out in 3 days and letting the Taliban do to women what they do to women. Yeah. Explain to me how Biden caused the economic collapse. Serious question. I appreciate your insight. The United States of America controls the world, and we had to, because of COVID, a lot of money was put into our economy that wasn't real money. It was just printed money. Literally just printed money instead of finding, and Trump was no better at like handling our debt. He definitely didn't handle our debt, but not fettering and controlling the Federal Reserve and allowing them to do what they did with the interest rates and allowing this repeated inflation, which is literally to pay their bills, Newman, they just printed money. It's just as simple as that. To pay their bills, they just printed money at a rate that's never, ever happened in this country. The U.S. doesn't control the world? Well, if there's a secret society that controls the world, sure. I do believe that, you're probably right. The U.S. doesn't actually control it. You're probably right. It's almost like paying your bills with a credit card. Yeah, like if you look in what the Federal Reserve intended to do, they needed to, they say they needed to print more money to bring to raise the interest rates. Instead of, it's reminiscent of the bank bailout, right? When Obama, he gave all this money to the banks, instead of putting it into people. The U.S. doesn't control the world, but it has the tool to. I mean, the universe, the U.S. has a lot of control. Whether or not it has total control anymore is definitely, it probably doesn't. We're tax slaves. I think it's a long line of messes. There's no good practical choices. Listen, I am not a Democrat. I am not a Republican, and I will not choose one of them ever again. I'm done. I don't support the Democratic Party. I don't support the Republican Party. I don't trust any of them. I will only vote for someone who is a single individual person. So I'm probably never going to vote for anyone ever again. You hate how countries nowadays are run like companies? No, this country's not run like a company. That's not true. If this company was run like a company, it would be doing much better. But the fact that the fact that the United States doesn't have, a gold standard allows our money to be just tied to whatever we want it to be, which is just a mechanism to keep power for those who have it. That's all it is. That's all that's happened. I'm in my generation, I'm considered a lucky one, right? Because I was able to buy a house. But most millennials have no ability to buy a house right now. Well, that's the product of your government. That's a product of the inflation and the interest rates and their unwillingness to raise a minimum wage for 2 decades. And then when they finally did raise it, you don't realize this, they raised, most places were raised a while ago, right? $15 an hour is pretty standard now. Well, now your money's worth half as much. So they didn't even raise it. They didn't even raise it. When $65,000 a year can't buy you a house, you're screwed. I do not defend political people who I have lived a worse life under. And everyone is clearly living a worse life under Biden. I mean, except for maybe a small amount of people. Who's doing better now? Our economy sucks. I've got less spending power now than I did when I was making minimum wage. There you go. There you go. Are you familiar with the Heritage Foundation Project 2025? No. You'll have to teach me about it. I haven't heard about that. You want to crack down on drugs on the streets? Yeah, what about what our government did with drug cartels in Sinaloa and the fentanyl crisis? Has our glorious leader even commented on that recently? There's no care, man. They don't care about you guys. All the real problems, they're busy warmongering. They're busy warmongering. It's hard to keep up with mortgage and car at the same time. You have so many friends with college degrees or tech certifications that are still living at home. Even more sad, several friends are stuck in loveless marriages just to live. You checked out of politics? Yeah, listen, I realized that politics was just making me angry. I couldn't actually control or change anything. And all of the people involved, I have determined to be really, really awful people. Really awful people. Fentanyl is a major drug problem in Philly. They're lacing street drugs with it. Yeah. Yep. Are you appealing to futility? No, I disagree. See, here's the thing about me. If something stops being something I appreciate or something that's worthy of being inspired by, I ditch it. I boycott it. When eggs went to $8 a dozen, I didn't buy eggs. But most people bought eggs. When the Democratic Party fails, and I've determined is full of nothing but propagandist, horrible people that say one thing and do another, rules for thee, but not for me. And then the Republican Party is just the other side of the same coin. Maybe there's a few individuals in either of the parties that actually would hold up to my standards, but the group of both of them I find to be horrible. And I don't support them to be in leadership positions, anyone who subscribes to these parties. And I will no longer support it. I won't vote for them. I won't pay attention to them. I'm done. I'll vote for a third-party candidate, and that's it. That's it. And anyone who votes for Republican or Democrat is, as far as I'm concerned, and I say this without judgment, but is an unknowing enemy of the United States. If you are voting for Republicans and Democrats, you are the problem. Stop it. You give them power, not the other way around. You're all chapel dwellers. You're all chapel dwellers. I was a chapel dweller too. I totally agree, but I also feel like they are happier with people like us who choose to ignore them. Listen, that's true, okay? But you are what you need to do is find someone who is not a part of that system that you do agree with. You can't just say, there's nothing I could do, so I'll just choose the best one. You got to find someone who's not a part of the system. Support those people. Get out of you know that the system is bad. If you believe in, do you believe in Democrats or Republicans? If you don't, why are you still voting for them? There's other people out there. What is the best? There is no best one. And that's what I'm saying. Because the parties are run by hidden rulers. Or if there is no hidden ruler in the party, they're run by a collective mindset, which is just as atrocious. At 19, being in the woods with my wife taught me that leaving the government and politics alone and being one with nature has been better for my health. Yeah, it definitely is. It definitely is. But Bernie Sanders said we have to change the system from within. Well, Bernie Sanders turned out to be a little bitch. You want to know Bernie Sanders' problem? Bernie Sanders literally let and watched the Democratic Party cheat him out of winning that primary election. Throughout the entire process and on the election night. And then he had the audacity to still support that. Okay? So, frack Bernie Sanders and his bitch mentality. Because he could have actually fought then. He could have actually fought and gotten us somewhere. That might have, I don't know where it would have led, but clearly at odds of where we were. He was bought with a house? Well, I didn't hear about that. Is that true? I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. I tell people that, and they can't seem to understand how both parties are the same. They work with each other while everyone else fights over the issues they create. Yep. I'm a proponent of the people. Parties are fodder. It's the people that matter. Now everybody thinks different things, but if your intention is to help as many people as you possibly can, your heart's in the right place at least. But I can tell you that that's not what politicians are about. They're about power. You heard something about a house, it wasn't true, his wife inherited it? Yeah, like, I see, it doesn't matter. Like, that stuff doesn't matter. The facts was that they, the Democratic Party can run elections however they want to elect, but they clearly stole that election from him in the primary, and he didn't fight it. So that's not presidential material. I'm going to quote the Gospel of Thomas again, because I think it's one of the best things. But yo, MZ, thanks again. Blessed is the man. Oh, what was it? Cursed is the lion. No, cursed is the man eaten by the lion. That's why that Bernie train crashed and burned. He let his entire party cuck him. They screwed up doing that to Bernie? No, they knew what they were doing, man. They knew what they're doing. That's my Hillary Clinton wave. My Hillary Clinton wave. If anybody is a lizard in a skin suit, it's her. We know the game's rigged, but they also own the platform, so what can you do? They won't let us talk about it? You can talk about it. That's not true. That's not true. We're talking about it right now. We're talking about it right now. Bernie might be playing the long game. Bernie is gonna... What? No, he's not playing any long game. Bernie's irrelevant. "100% design what they did to them. He would have broken the system that's in place, and we couldn't have that." Yep. And the same thing happened with Trump. But I'm also not sure, because I don't trust Trump. I don't trust Trump. Now, there are some things, like, listen, as far as Trump is concerned, the economy, he didn't kowtow to China, and we weren't in wars. That's what I appreciated about that guy. Those three things. Those three things. Outside of that, he said a lot of things that were not right for a president to say. Not right at all. Not very presidential. But I appreciated the lack of war, because in my entire life, my country's been at war pretty much every year, except for when he was in office. And I like that, My tax dollars not going to people dying. I like that. Rory, come here! There's no changing the system? That's just not true. No. You could definitely change the system. You could definitely change the system. You just have to elect someone who's willing to change the system. Instead of voting for someone who's going to be a part of the system, vote for someone who's going to tell you that they're going to break the system down as best as they can, and probably get shot in the face in the process. You vote for someone like that, if they ever come along. Our tax dollars go to the military-industrial complex, whether we're not at war or not. If you're not at war, it's going to defending you then. JFK came along and then he got shot in the face. Yeah. If you want to go and go look up some JFK speeches, like leading up, like that week before he got shot. Yeah, go watch what he was saying. Go watch what he was saying. Last one was JFK. Look what happened. I mean, that's what you need, man. That's what you need. You know? Someone willing to get shot in the face. But what you guys need to do is when they shoot him in the face again, you get angry and you don't accept that. People are still deep in the JFK conspiracies. What conspiracy? The CIA claims that Lee Harvey Oswald they had no involvement with him. They claim it for decades, and then they literally release documents with George Bush's name on it and Lee Harvey Oswald. Same documents, multiple documents. Get out of here. Imagine not thinking, or imagine not knowing that JFK was murdered by the CIA. Like, just go look it up, man. I mean, it's literal. You can literally get documents from the government that tell you everything but. Nixon tried to change things, then Watergate suddenly blew. Now, see, I actually don't know anything about Nixon. With that whole, I really don't know anything about that. I need to learn eventually, but that was before my time. Reagan ruined a lot of things, like every other president. What did he ruin? What do you think about the whole UFO fiasco going on? I don't know, man. My government isn't honest. I don't know who to trust. My government's not honest. My government has societies devoted to keeping me tame and not in the know. I don't know what's going on. I really have no idea. My grandmother's sister worked in the same factory in Belarus with Lee Harvey Oswald. Is that why your name is Alex Shot First? Did your grandmother work with Lee Harvey Oswald? Was your grandmother's name Alex? Was your grandmother the second shooter? Wasn't Reagan the one that created the Federal Reserve? No. There's a rumor that Jimmy Carter asked the intelligence agencies what the deal was with aliens, and they took him into a room, told him something, came out crying. Yeah, I don't know what that's about. I just, it's like, I just can't comment on it. I don't know what that's about. You're trying to get me assassinated. They have CIA agents in Twitch chat. I'm not convinced that there aren't bots that are able to listen to what streamers are saying and are programmed to type certain things. I'm fairly certain. Reagan was the poster child for trickle-down economics. Yeah, that didn't really work out. Ugh. Apparently Bob Barker was on an Epstein fight, told my grandmother, who's a huge fan, and now she won't speak to me. Crazy. Yeah, Eminem's a pedophile. We're spied on 24/7. The sad thing is that the government spying is something that Americans willfully accepted. What have you got to hide? FDR exacerbated the Fed issue of dying money and bad economy situation, and then stole everyone's gold that was in the banks. When did we go off the Federal Reserve? Yeah, Marshall appears on the Epstein flight logs, and more so, he appears on the Epstein flight logs. Epstein and this woman, this Duchess, who is known to have like groomed multiple children. They flew out to pick up Marshall. Then they brought him to basically New Jersey, and then he went and performed at the whatchamacallit, the MTV Music Awards. And also on the plane was a random unnamed male. Yeah. Yeah, true story. Mm-hmm. So all those songs about him like selling himself to the devil and the interview where he talking about it, yeah, it's he was being serious. He was being serious. Yeah, Tom Hanks is on it. There's basically, as far as I'm concerned, like all the music and movie people, they're all in on it, man. They're all in on it. They're all scum. That's why I don't consume any of that stuff anymore. I'm done. Where did this list come from? It's searchable, man. I don't know who leaked it, but it's known to be like an authentic part of the whole logbook. Isn't released. Only a small part of it for like a few years got released. There's actually searchable ones. Like let's see. Where are we? Here's the manifest. You have Marshall. See, they leave on 9/8 from TEB to go to CMH. Jepstein and Claire. This is the Duchess. Go look her up. Oh, wait. Okay. They pick him up. They also pick up male 1. Take him to the Met for his performance. Right here. Right here. So explain to me how Marshall's not a pedophile. Or at least associating with him. The celebrities who just happened to attend a party but weren't part of anything must be absolutely shivering. I mean, listen, if I appeared on one of these and like I was friends with a guy and he turned out to do this, I would spend my life apologizing even for just associating with him and making certain that every one of you knew that I had absolutely nothing to fracking do with this garbage. Same here, dude, for real? Yeah. So that's why, like, when Jim Carrey gets ostracized and starts telling people the truth about the industry, maybe he did stuff. He probably did, honestly. Probably did. So I don't even trust him. But when he sues people for telling people that he was a pedophile, at least he's got something to stand on. He probably still did it though too. He was super famous. Maybe he just lived to regret it. I don't know. All I know is I don't trust any of them, and I'm not. Who didn't in Hollywood? I mean, well, that's not an excuse. I'm serious. If you still listen to Eminem after this, I hold you in contempt. I certainly am not listening to that garbage anymore. If you found out that I was friends with Epstein, would my world famous Bake City make up for it? No, it wouldn't. It wouldn't. Not at all. Like Seth Rogen talking about Franco. Can you? I don't know what you're talking. I don't pay attention to celebrities, so I'm not sure. What did Rogen say about Franco? You know, before you. Well, you can say that, but I never liked James Franco because I forget where. Rory, come here. James Franco got like accepted into Harvard or something because he was James Franco, and people were taking pictures of him sleeping in lectures because he just had an assistant that would come with him to the classes and take notes and pay attention for him. You know, true story. So I never once gave a damn about James Franco. Franco got sued for sexual assault, and Seth came out and said he would never work with him again. He had the audacity to adapt Faulkner and McCarthy? What do you mean? I don't know about that. Dude, oh yeah, he's a pretentious twat. I know all about that. But what did he do with Faulkner and McCarthy? If he's paying the assistant enough money? What are you talking about, Kojua? It's literally a spot in one of the most prestigious institutions of education in the entire world that he's taken up because he's a celebrity that could be given to someone else. And he's sleeping in class. That's exactly what's wrong with the world. Sleeping in class. Paying someone else to learn for you. He's not learning anything. Outer Dark and As I Lay Dying, he adapted them for the screen. Oh my God. He would do Outer Dark. Someone like that would do Outer Dark. Absolutely. That makes sense. That makes sense. Scum. He's a clown. Ugh. It was way worse. He lied about going to Columbia. It was NYU. Oh, it was NYU. Still. Is Kanye an associate too? Let's see. Not seeing a Kanye on here. My only concern is the list is made up. Dude, it's literally like Xerox photocopies in handwriting. West or Yi? Oh, good call. Oh, dude. What? But West. Oh, that's gonna be hard. Well, there's no Yi space, but West is not searchable because of West Palm Beach. But Kanye's Kanye. I saw this list. But not everybody who's on this list appears on those logs, so I'm not sure if this is a correct list. Are there names of underage girls on that list too? Yeah, like there's literal, I think Victoria Hazel is like a victim. There's a bunch of victims. Oh, maybe it wasn't Victoria Hazel, but there are literal victims on here with them. Oh, maybe it was Shelley Lewis. I forget. I looked at this like a couple weeks ago, but I did find victims, like victims that have sued and won, that kind of thing. Notice how fast Tom Hanks and his wife moved to Greece after Epstein got busted. Is Musk on there? No. Elon accuses people of being pedophiles. I don't think he's a pedophile himself. Right? He accused that guy helping the cave people of being a pedophile, right? Because he was a middle-aged man living in Thailand. Tom Hanks give you the creeps before this? Where is, hold on. There's Ricky Gervais, Tom Hanks, awards. Yeah, Ricky Gervais at the what was it? The Golden Globes. That was a pretty good video. Oh my god! Dude, Google is awful. It doesn't give you the actual video you're looking for. It gives you just random people talking about the video. But yeah, look up Ricky Gervais at the Golden Globes. Is Michael Jackson on there? I don't think. I think Michael Jackson was the kind of person that didn't do this stuff, and they try to make it look like he did. That's just personal belief. I obviously have no proof. Yeah, I mean, he was literally like over-drugged and killed, literally. So, and hearing him talk, I just don't. He was always very adamant about not being that way and protecting kids. I just don't think that. I never got that sense from him. I think they were trying to make him look like he was doing what they were doing. You don't think Michael was a pedo? Yeah, me neither, man. I don't think so. I haven't seen anything that would lead me to believe that. It's certainly nothing as damning as taking a plane with 2 known child rapists. So. R. Kelly's definitely on there. I'm not sure. Kelly spam. Whoever Kelly spam is on here a lot. Who's Kelly spam? I'm looking at that guy. MJ and his sister had a weird relationship, though. I mean, how so? I don't really know anything. I know how they grew up wasn't exactly a traditional childhood. How real is this list? Real as real, buddy. Real as real. It's not the full list, but it's a real list. Look at this. It's 100. Oh, this might not be. What's it? 73 pages? I think it's actually. Okay, 73 pages of flight logs. Sequential when it comes to dates, and lines up with some outside sources and references. They acted and talked like lovers? How so? You're gonna have to give me. I'm looking for like specifics here. You're talking in generalities. One of the guys I work with actually thinks Epstein offed himself. Oh, that's silly. That's so cute. That's so cute. I mean, it's more likely that they faked his death than he didn't kill himself. He either killed himself or his death was faked. But the idea that he killed himself, no, that's just no. Yeah, yeah. It just so happens that it's basically like the prison had months and months of footage that was sequential and not doctored at all. And then as soon as that event happens, it suddenly does not have any footage. There's suddenly nobody guarding anybody. One of the most well-known events are people to come through the prison system. And then he used a sheet to hang himself, and it just did not look. It did not look right. No. I don't have specific examples outside the Way You Make Me Feel music video. So Mashin, like you're talking about like a music video? That's silly, man. That's not real. That's not real. That's a music video. I mean, they could be acting. I don't know what's going on, but they could be. That's acting. You know, they're. Maybe Michael wanted his sister to be in the video instead of some random person. So, you know, they just acted. Claire, Hazel, Ivia, the Duchess, and Jeff Epstein. They went and picked him up. They left specifically to get him. Then they went and picked him up. All on the same date that he is performing in 1999 at the Metropolitan Opera on September 9th. So they went and got him. And they brought him to his thing. $99.99. I love the idea of people clicking on this stream to watch Lies of P and instead getting to see the Epstein flight logs. Well, it's not the Lies of P, it's the Lies of Slim Shady. That just happened to you. There you go. Oh, thanks for listening to me. I'm gonna run to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Thanks for listening to us. It's always interesting to see how people react when these sorts of topics are brought up. I really think you can't know someone by a tweet limited to 260 characters. You can't know someone from a 30-second short clip. You can't know someone from a 15-minute edited YouTube video or a 5-minute interview. When you start doing long form 3, 4, 5, 6 hour podcasts and you have people asking questions and you're responding back, that's the best way to figure out what kind of person someone is. Because over time, if you've built up this mask or this facade, most people are capable of maintaining it for a while, especially the best ones. But if you're among someone whom you think is like-minded, after 3 or 4 hours, those people are more willing to reveal themselves, their true self, especially if someone is there with them, agreeing with them. You learn a lot about people in those long-form discussions. There's a reason that certain well-known influential people don't do podcasts or interviews longer than an hour or two. They're smart. They know what they're doing. The self comes out if given enough time. This was all to find us out, to put us on a list? No, it's all for me to be honest and direct with you so you know who I am. Completely. I'm not lying to you. I'm not being dishonest. I'm telling you what I think. I know you're teasing, but other people don't know you're teasing. And I'm being very direct and serious today. Being very direct and serious, because I've been talking about direct and serious things. And a lot of times, I know I've used sarcasm and, symbolism and secret meanings and being facetious and jokes to explain what I'm saying. But I've found a lot of people don't truly understand when I do it that way. Things get lost in the muddle. Hey, I love, how's it going? How's it going? Given time, everyone will show their true colors. Newman, is that like a line from We Didn't Start the Fire or something? You like pretty colors? What's your favorite color? You're talking truth too long, stream just froze for me. It's funny. Been doing that all day. It's been doing that all day. Oh, man. Yo, Moozy with a $25 sacrifice. That's a lot of money to give a bearded person over the internet. What the hell are you doing?
Appreciate the transparency.
Thanks, man. I appreciate you. Thank you. You like midnight blue. I don't understand what that means. Sky is certainly not blue at midnight. There's nothing worse than feeling like you have a friend you can trust with your whole life, then they dump you on your dome, though. One of my favorite songs is from Streetlight Manifesto. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but names will never hurt me. It's been years, but still I fear that someday they'll desert me. Oh, it's hard, yes I know, when it's time to stand alone and no one understands you. Well, you say your life's a bore, and I can't quite disagree. When you judge your life by the pieces of shit that inhabit your TV, and you stand so loud and you talk so proud, and every other voice is lied, every other word is a lie. I've found who's anyone who is anyone is a waste of time. Waste of time. Love me some Streetlight. I gotta get better at the words. Kelnaki talks fast. Ska forever. I like ska, but there's something about Streetlight and Keys Be Nice that has this right mix of rebellion and understanding mixed with some awesome horns. A lot of ska is just kind of like fun and stupid. There's so much musicality to Streetlight, though. So much. Yeah, Catch-22. I grew up. Two of my friends in high school were the brothers of the trumpetist and eventually one of the singers of Catch-22. I grew up listening to all that stuff. My sixth grade, not just my sixth grade, my second through sixth grade music teacher was, second to fifth grade was the trumpetist for Streetlight Manifesto, Jamie Egan. I correct what I said earlier. This definitely is the best stream I've ever seen by you. I don't know about that, but I'm glad you feel that way. Thank you. Thank you so much. I guess I could play the game. I think I've talked for 5 hours. Hey, Dalu. Yeah, ska. There's nothing like ska. I like Hera can't stand the horns. And the horns just get me so pumped. Dun 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 dun. I'm pretty sure that whole album, like Everything Goes Numb, I'd probably know it all. Like, with the exception of maybe like a few things. What's your favorite TV show? In terms of like hour-long drama, Breaking Bad, Sopranos #2. Punk and ska were your middle school? Now see, I was never really into punk. Ska definitely, but punk I never got it. Oh, RX Bandits? I remember them. Five Iron Frenzy? No, I haven't heard them before. Are you watching Silo? No, I don't watch anything. I watch AEW wrestling, and that's it. And reruns of The Office. That's all I'm watching now. I've been reading a lot these days, or just hanging out with Rory. I'm done with TV and movies, unless it's something that really pulls me. I think the hardest part of the speedrun will be optimizing the discussions. Season 1 of True Detective will always be the GOAT for me? I never saw that. I never saw that. You're selling your PS4 because of that? Not too much TV for me at the moment? Yeah. I mean, it's not even just the writer's strike, but I just haven't been enjoying anything for a while now, so clearly there's no reason for me to keep consuming content that I don't like. I don't get anything from it. I was done with watching Lost for the second time. Man, that's a show that just derailed. They just really had no idea where they were going with that show. But it was so good at first. And then it diffused into Smoke Monster. Nonsensical. You know what the biggest problem with the last season or two is? They just added like 13 characters to the show for no reason. Your floral work and gardening photos have been great to see. Unfortunately, I've got nothing left to show you. Because, well, everything is... You know what? I could show you one more image. Dude, I took up all the dahlias like a day or two ago. They got so big. Dude, I have dahlia tubers that are like this big now. It's insane. They got huge. Huge. Fans didn't care about anyone in the temple in that small group that was supposed to protect Jacob. It just doesn't even, like, none of it even made sense, man. I thought it did when I was younger, but I rewatched it a few years ago, and I just got so bored. I got so bored with all the random characters. Why? It's just that I had no idea where they wanted to take it, and then I guess they just decided they were going to hire a whole bunch of characters to make the story work. Didn't work. Have you seen Supernatural? No. Ad break, what's the topic now? The topic is ending the stream and calling it a day. That's the topic. Because Zeus has had a lot of talking today. You come back to actual gameplay? What is this? I'm not gonna lie, I don't really feel like playing. I don't really feel like it. I think I am just gonna call it a day. I think I am. Because now Mitch is here. Save it, good call. Yeah, we'll just start this. We'll just do this tomorrow or something. What's your plan after stream? I'm gonna go see how my cat's doing. He's not doing too well. He's not doing too well. He's having some like liver issue. Hopefully the medicine is gonna help him. Uthi Bun, see you later. Great stream. Thanks for the lesson on critical thinking. Hey, thanks for listening. Thanks for listening. If I helped, I'm happy. Wow, you guys wore me out today. Damn. Must have been a good discussion. Must have been. See you guys later.